Welcome to another St. By Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes or be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. SPbN, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hands. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome back to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media. I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night, which is a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness Chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. And today is a very, very monumental day for multiple reasons, as I am happy to report, because today is the official 3-year anniversary of St. Pete by Night. The first session, the first Elysium session of St. Pete by Night happened today, 3 years ago. It was the first official session of St. Pete by Night. And here we are today, 3 years later, with the season 2 finale of Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa, just across the bay from St. Pete, where our pack of Guru are finishing the hunt for Bloody Mary, where they are going to have their final showdown with the sheriff of Tampa, the Bruja who has been a bane to the kindred of St. Pete and to the Guru of Tampa for many, many years. Who will walk away from that fight? That remains to be seen. It's also a special anniversary because it is our affiliate anniversary on Twitch. We have been an affiliate here on Twitch for 3 years as well, because we were lucky enough at that first, that first Elysium to have made our affiliate status. So we had a lot of very, very monumental events happen all at once, and we are here to celebrate them all. So thank you so much to everybody who made all these incredible things happen. We couldn't do it without you, and we're so happy to be here, and we're going to hopefully be going on long into the future. As long as you're here to support us, we will keep on going. And I'm so happy to be able to do this with some incredible players who make this story possible. So let's go ahead and introduce those incredible players now. Players, say hello and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hey everybody, my name's Preston. I play Aiden Goodspeed, the Arun of the Gale Stalkers. Everybody, I'm Champ, Champagne, the most scandalocious little fish in the sea, Toss Toss, and I will be playing Aspen Weiss, or Aspen Oathbreaker, Violet of the Silverfangs.
Hi, everybody. I am Nori. I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hi, everybody. I'm Walks, and I will be playing Lucas Shaw, the Ragabash of the Shadow Lords.
Champ, I think that introduction defies gravity, and so I don't think it can even have a rating this week. But because it is the season 2 finale, I will give that rating A+. So to catch everyone up, it is the season 2 finale. Everything has led up to this. All of the triumphs, all of the failures, all of the heartbreaks, and all of the successes of the past 18 months, almost 18 months, 16 months, I think is the official count, has led up to this. Since the Guru have arrived, all of the building, all of the struggle, all of the work has led up to this. Their most difficult fight to date. If they succeed in this conflict, they will turn the tide in Tampa. By defeating Bloody Mary, they will be taking out one of the biggest powers that has held Tampa for the majority of time. Bloody Mary was responsible for driving the Guru out of Tampa, for destroying the last remaining sept in Tampa over a decade ago. As this pack has learned from Ryder, from Eliza, from the spirits, from ghosts of the past, Bloody Mary has been a bane to the Guru, has been responsible for the deaths of many legendary Guru of the area. She is one of the last remaining obstacles of success standing in your way. And unfortunately, she is out at sea. At least so your reconnaissance currently says. So now, with the information you have, with the allies you've brought into town, in the form of Matthias and Duncan, Anna Pelfrey from Chicago, with a rather difficult deal Aspen had to make with the spirit of the White Wolf, known as Alara. The gifts have been returned to you temporarily, as this is just the start of making things better with the spirits, having sacrificed the Cairn and Grandmother Willow. But the stage is set. The battle is prepared. The final plans have to be made, and the attack has to be launched. It all comes down to this. It has to end here, and it has to end now. Only one side can walk away after tonight. Whether it's the Guru of the Evening Star Sept, or whether it's Bloody Mary once more standing triumphant over the Guru again. The battle must end. The hunt must end. So our story begins tonight as the pack gathers at the clearing that will one day be the Sept. For final preparations are to be made for the assault on Bloody Mary. Now, Aspen, you have done some early work, some early planning to gather some information. You had sent Artie to the shipping and receiving plant to have him gather some information from the old bones of the building, talking to some of the spirits of technology that had worked in the radio the radio equipment and some of the weaver spirits that made up the building to try and gather some information about the vampires that had originally taken up residence there. So he does have some reconnaissance about that. And you'd also talked to the other guru who had been in the area for your trial and convinced them to stay. So you do have Duncan and Anna Pelfrey and Matthias to work with as assets. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw was unwilling to stick around and left immediately after the trial, so she is not an asset available to you. But those are the resources you have at your disposal, as well as your pack, and of course, Charles, who is now a member of the pack as of the trial itself. But now the scene is yours as you gather in the clearing.
Aspen will be working on putting the clave potentially up in the area while everybody gathers together. So, big moment for everyone. How are we doing?
Doing all right?
About as ready as it can be.
Ready to go.
Okay. Well, we need to iron out some of the details so we're not just running into a suicide mission. I know Artie has found out about some things from the shipping and receiving, and we have a few other things to go over as well.
Yeah, Artie says. So I went down to the shipping and receiving plant that Matthias so generously purchased, and most of the records were cleared as we expected. They wiped most of the computers, but obviously they couldn't get everything. They don't have access to the spirits as we do. And I was able to talk to the spirits, and they were receptive, surprisingly. Not a lot of interference there. So I talked to some of the pattern spiders that made up the building. I talked to some of the radio spirits and some of the mechanical spirits, and through a little bit of convincing, they were able to tell me and relay some of the transmissions, some of the last transmissions that were made. A ship matching the description that we were given last departed shortly before the sale. It was setting out with no specific destination out into the Gulf. As far as I can tell, the last transmissions were set for a specific heading and specific coordinates out into the Gulf, which I can obviously plot out and map on a map that I have. Unfolds a large map and has a certain area marked on the map. I don't know if anybody knows nautical mapping, but I've charted it here for the best of my knowledge. The ship is supposed to wait there. Now, I did manage to work with the radio spirits to ping that specific location to similar radio spirits out on the ship, and they did receive a signal response. Now, this wasn't anything that the other ship would pick up. This is just simply like a call and response, kind of like a dolphin echo. They did receive a response, so the ship is there. So if she is out there, that is where she is. That is also, as far as we know, the last place she was seen. The building, or the spirits of the building, the pattern spiders, don't report having seen her return since. That's where the last place they saw her board was there, on that boat. And she has not come back since, at least not to this location.
Okay, we have a location. We need to figure out how we get to said location, how exactly we infiltrate this shipping boat, and where to go from here. Now, battle tactics and that such is not really my forte, so I will leave that to you, Aiden, and Lucas.
Getting out there, obviously want to take both. We want them to be somewhat quiet. Don't know what kind of people she's going to have on the overall ship itself. So we need to, if it takes a rowboat and we got to be that quiet, then we be that quiet. Personally, I think if we go from either side, have two separate teams, they make their way up. Once we're on the boat itself, I don't have a whole lot of experience on boats. So as far as locating her, that I'm not sure.
Getting there, the physical act of getting there is obviously a challenge, but getting there undetected, secondary challenge. A ship like that is going to have, like Aiden said, a crew to run it. And that doesn't even include whatever security she has with her. So that's a hard nut to crack. And we don't have a lot of options to crack it. Do you, Aspen, do you know anybody with a helicopter?
Well, look to Charles. I don't know. Do we know anybody with a helicopter?
Yes, we do have a helicopter. That is going to take away any element of surprise.
Yeah.
They will know we're coming if we take a helicopter. Another option, we could procure a fishing boat. It would not be difficult. Such things can be chartered and paid off very easily. Night boats, especially, would be very easy to procure. However, getting out there by night means that she will be active and awake when we arrive. So we will lose any advantage of going during the day. But that does allow for cover of darkness on the approach. Tactically, that will be to our advantage. However, she will be awake, she will be active, and she will be at full strength. It depends on what advantages we wish to have. If we want the advantage of her being at her weakest, we wish to go during day. However, we will lose any element of surprise because whoever is awake during the day on the boat will spot us.
Kent, according to Ryder's memories, how weakened was she when they were fighting during the day?
She, because she was actively fighting, she was weaker, but it was also an enduring fight. He was weaker as well because he had been fighting all night and through the day. It
Right.
was a stamina fight at that point. So,
Okay.
I mean, it was a 3-day affair of fighting all night and all day. They were both weak because of the constant fighting. So it was really hard to gauge whether she was slowing down because it was day or whether it was because it was nonstop fighting.
I'm not sure how weakened she'll be first waking up, but I will throw out she did fight Ryder for 3 days and 3 nights.
Yeah, that's a good point. Then maybe inconsequential when we engage her.
I mean,
So-
it was an endurance test for both of them, like trying to wear each other out, but at the same time, they still fought.
Is there a possibility of going late enough at night so we hit there before any of the crew would wake up, but also with a shorter amount of time before the sun comes up? In case
Like
it
3 or
does come
4?
to that.
If we were to charter a shipping vessel, Charles says, it would make sense for our approach to be just before dawn, as a lot of shipping vessels would head out just before the dawn to catch fish in the early hours. It would not be. It would not trigger their awareness until just before our arrival. It would not seem out of sorts for us to be nearby in those hours just before.
A Trojan horse. We charter a fishing vessel and use a distress call. I mean, if they're observing, I guess the rules that are out there, maybe they'll help.
I worry with that giving a distress call allows them to be alert and aware, whereas us coming up them unaware gives us a little bit more of an advantage where we can kind of get our bearings before anything happens, which kind of brings me to a point. Is there any way, Artie, and I don't know how all of that works, but to make sure a fishing vessel wouldn't show up on radar to alert? Because I know there are ways of like knowing where other boats are around you, the little bit I know about boats.
Oh, absolutely. I can make sure to scramble signals and make sure we stay off of radar. That's not as much the issue. When we're on the ship itself, to keep them from radioing out, I need to get to their control room. I need to get to their radio center to stop them from signaling anyone off site. But to keep us from showing up, that's not an issue. As long as I'm on the boat, I can stop us from pinging elsewhere.
Wait, so if you're gonna have to stop them for raiding, that means we're gonna have to split up.
Yeah.
Already has proved to be quite sneaky in the past when we took out the chemical plant. Artie went alone to go do that.
That was different. He was staying outside, or he stayed outside most of it, just like he stayed outside when we um, rescued your wolves. He's gonna be on a boat with lots of thralls and that like square faced dude. And they all have silver weapons. Or most likely will.
Does anyone have a way of obscuring movements that would benefit Artie to get to the place where he can scramble so we don't have to worry about any radio signals going out?
Well, I can obscure myself, but I don't know about anyone obscuring me more than myself. Charles,
Yeah.
at this point, pipes up. I can make sure he gets to the control room. If it's just the two of us, he should have no issue getting there. But that means I won't be able to assist you.
Okay. I think it's something that is a priority for us because if they bring in more people, we've barely got enough going for us to take her down. If they bring in more, we're not going to make it.
Yeah. I think Charles and Artie, or me and Artie. I mean, he's capable in a scrap, and me and Artie are slick and quiet together. So it just depends on what you want combined up there.
Nothing against Artie. I was kind of counting on you, Lucas, being down in the fight with us. Your
Oh,
player.
I want a piece of her. Don't worry about that. But I mean, let's be realistic. You know, if we want a bodyguard for Artie, then we can get a bodyguard for Artie. If we want somebody quick and quiet with Artie, I understand that that's what the pack needs. But yeah, I trust me. I want a piece of her too.
I think Artie being quiet on his own is good. But if it does come down to him getting caught, I think maybe Charles would be the best one to be with him.
That's fair.
I think another thing to consider is a means of retreat if this goes badly.
I was actually going to get to that. If we have a helicopter, could we have it on standby?
We could, but it might not also be a bad idea to have the boat guarded and ready. A possible use of the resources we have would be to have Duncan with the boat. He could make sure that the boat stays protected. He could be possible reinforcements to bring in. And I believe, based off of his experience and location, he knows enough on how to manage a ship of that variety to get us out of there without having normal people involved. We will procure the ship without having to bring in nautical experts to manage it.
Good point.
There's another thing we're not thinking about. Aside from getting away, there's still going to be people left on that ship probably loyal to her. We could scuttle it.
I would rather not. Because that would just send it into the ocean, which would cause more pollution.
True.
If we can
But-
disable it, we can recover it as property of the shipping and receiving. There is paperwork that can be manipulated to say that it still belongs to the shipping and receiving company and that it can be towed back at a later date without much fuss. As for the individuals on board, because of their allegiances, I believe that their lives are forfeit.
I agree.
I just don't want any other surprise visitors after this.
I think this is going to cause big enough waves that there are going to be unforeseen issues after, but we burn that bridge when we get to it. That's what we're good at. Anyways, I think we have to take everyone out on that boat, because if anybody comes back, they know.
With my experience working with leeches of this caliber before, they don't need loose ends like we don't either. They know the risk. They will most likely erase the existence of any individuals involved just as quickly as we would. They don't need anyone coming looking for these individuals either, lest they be discovered. it's quite likely these individuals have already had any connections to the outside world severed.
I just worry that if there is anybody who makes it out, knows at least some of what we can do, what they're looking into, what they could potentially foresee if we have to take out more in the future. They know what we can do after that.
We make sure they don't make it out.
Guess Duncan could do cleanup though. If he's out there on that other boat, anyone ends up slipping past us, he's there.
Perhaps one of the first things you do before going after Bloody Mary is dismantling any other possible escape routes. Any other rafts or crafts that they could use to escape.
And Artie, you've seen no other, with your looking into it, there were no other boats or smaller craft out there?
They didn't have any escort craft, as far as I could tell. It was just the large ship itself, but I didn't see anything at the time. Now, knowing them, they likely have Coast Guard in their pocket. So if they get a radio out to Coast Guard will likely respond, which is why we need to get to the radio room as quickly as possible to keep them from signaling anyone. I got what you were saying with the Trojan horse idea, Lucas, but they would likely call Coast Guard in, which means a potential issue with reinforcements. And Coast Guard has a pretty strong presence in this area. I mean, it's a big boating area, and
It's fair.
And we could keep Matthias and his people near the docks just in case there's any potential issues, since he does own the shipping and receiving now.
yeah, so I think having Matthias and Anna at the shipping and receiving, Duncan on the boat, the rest of us on board, that makes the most sense. Because Matthias can help cover up any, and Anna can help cover up any looky-loos that come looking at the shipping and receiving, or any potential police involvement if anybody comes sniffing around.
So we go in quiet, take out as many as we can, as quietly as we can. If it gets loud, then we just handle it from there, but make sure we stop any possible escapes. In the trying to track down wherever Mary's going to be.
I think as quickly and as quietly as we can when we first get there, we have Charles and Artie get to where they need to go while the rest of us take out any means of escape before they're eventually going to know we're there. But if we can get rid of those and get Artie to where he needs to be before we get really into a scrap, then I think it's a good start.
Since I won't be with you, one thing I have to tell you, Charles says. You have to keep her on the boat. If she gets in the water, you will lose her. She doesn't need to breathe. She can get down to the ocean floor and she is gone. You cannot follow her there. If she gets off the boat, the fight is over. And you will have lost. You have to keep her on the boat.
Okay. So, and when eventually it comes to fighting with her, because we still need to speak about that. Aiden, you spoke of tactics with a bear, so
So, when you're wanting to take on someone like her, you want to go from as many angles as you can, make it harder for her to keep her balance. You want some attacking and some defending. We need to do both simultaneously. It's going to be harder for her to maneuver if we're coming from all different sides, but her overall goal is going to try and single us out. She's going to try and push us, one of us, off to the side and take us out. We need to stay together, work cohesively, I think is the word. So that way, when that time comes, she'll be offset. She has always picked the battleground. That's been a constant thing with her. This time we're bringing the fight to her, but this is her home, so she's going to know it a lot better than we will. Just keep your wits about you, stay together, protect each other. Just hit her as hard as you can.
When she was fighting Blackrock, Cricket, and Ryder, she was juggling them. She was fast. So fast. And she would make sure that two were either thrown through walls or off their feet so she could just deal with one. So if we come at her like at once, she's going to try to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be harder to throw us through the bulkhead of a ship, but that doesn't mean she won't try, and it won't hurt a lot goddamn more than the wall of a building. So she'll probably stick to that same tactic, and it'll hurt a lot worse.
If we do come at different angles, though, it's going to be a lot harder for her to try and juggle us if we're all coming from different areas.
Harder, but not impossible.
No.
Our claves aren't going to be any more effective than just big swords. So for me and Jester, that's going to be kill strikes. Necks, limbs. But we should all have more than one stake on us when we go. And if the opportunity arises, use it.
Oh, out of my bag, I'll take the holy water. Who is using this? The holy water. And how are we going to be using it?
quick question for Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Is the holy water like just water, or is it more of like an oil? Because I know it could be either.
I would say that it is probably more of an oil.
That takes my injectors off the table.
You could, I don't know, use it on a clave. I don't know how all of that would work.
Be good for 1 or 2 hits.
It's 1 or 2 hits that we won't have to like try for kill shots and just try to damage her.
If we could put it on both of our claves, there's enough to boil up both of them.
Jester, do you feel confident enough to use your clave in this situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep in mind what she said, though, or he says. She disarms you. It'll hurt you, too. Just as bad.
Well, the silver already hurt, so.
Yeah, but remember what she did to Ryder with the clave.
Yeah, I know.
You're combining silver and holy water. That's a double whammy.
I mean, I could get in close and get it all over her if you guys are distracting. I'm pretty slick like that. It's just another option.
That could work too.
Just have to avoid getting it on her fists.
What about, I mean, it's a silly thought, but what about like a bullet or an explosive round? Something that will shatter on her, or something that'll get in. Because a lot of this could be surface level stuff, and I know that, you know, leeches don't usually wear anything protective, but if she's got any kind of coverings and it doesn't touch skin or get close enough, it's useless. It's just something that's sloughed off. But if it gets through, if it pierces in any capacity, it's inside and it burns.
The only problem I see with something that could possibly deflect and hit one of us, because it hurts us too.
So can a sword. If we're
Very
all
true.
fighting close combat, one miss hits another person.
I think it's harder to deflect a bullet than it would be one of our claves. So I hate firearms, so it would be somebody else.
Yeah, not me either.
I don't think we're very much of the shooting type. We're more of the get up and attack the thing. It was more of a Joseph thing, but he's not around, so.
Well, never mind then. What's the thought?
No, it was a good idea. It just not one of our things.
Note to self: get to the gun range. We are in Florida after all. Let's get to the gun range after this whole thing's over.
They're just so loud. They're not my thing.
Yeah, I know, but
All right.
You could get really good at it, Artie.
cool. Love it. Love that for me.
Shoot one of the big ones with the scope on it, so you don't have to be close.
Awesome.
You could be in the van shooting.
Hey,
Hmm.
you know, actually,
Yeah.
that's not a terrible idea.
Dream
I
come
love being
true.
the guy in the van. Okay. What if, for now, we just keep it in the vial, and if the idea comes up, we use it for what it comes up for. Let's not plan for it and just save it just in case. Maybe an opportunity arises to just jam it in her mouth and punch her jaw closed.
I can, if the moment arises, I can try and hold her. Try and get you guys a couple strikes, and it need be able to get in her mouth. I just don't know how long I can hold her.
I'm really
Oh.
holding back a hand right now.
Not the time, bro.
I know.
I think it's a great time, lighten the mood.
At this point, Artie looks over towards Eliza, who's been staying quiet this entire time. What about her? We haven't addressed what she's going to be doing.
Eliza, would you be willing to be on the boat with Duncan?
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Someone's got to be watching y'all's spiritual side of things. We don't know what manner of banes she's attracted around her over time. It's quite likely there are going to be all manner of nasties surrounding her with the evils she has done and whatever minions she's gathered around her are probably plagued with nasty thoughts. I can do my best to try and make you aware of what might be following you. But that is probably my best place, yes.
Also, if there is an opportunity, if all else fails, and this would be plan Z, to escape into the Umbra. If, say, the boat were to go under, we don't have a way of getting back. That way we have you there to kind of take us through the Umbra and bring us back on the other side.
It's not a quick transition, but I can at least start the procedure if things start to go bad. If we have some sort of radio contact with one another, you can tell me if things start to go bad, and I can at least start the process.
That was another thought I had of possible communication.
Well, I thought of that, Artie says, and I got headsets at the ready. Figured it'd be best to supply up. However, if you get all furry and angry, these things don't exactly transition with that unless you dedicate them now. But at the same time, they don't exactly, stay in your ears when you're all big and hairy. They'd only come back when you turn back.
So it might be a good idea to dedicate them.
I can try it. Yeah.
Is there a potential of being able to have communications with Matthias?
Oh, yeah. No, I've got enough for the whole gang.
Okay.
They're long range, they're ready to go.
Can these ones get wet? The new ones that you're bringing in?
Yeah, they're good to go. They're hot
Okay.
to trot. Okay, so that's all well and good. So let's talk worst case scenario.
Well, I did want to talk specifically about what we're going to be doing about all of the silver that she has on her,
Yeah.
because we did see that at Eliza's house, and that is a problem for us. I don't think try not to hit is the best course of action with that.
If we can disarm her or get them away from her, that is going to be the ideal situation. I'm just not sure on how to do that with her.
I don't suppose we can get our hands on a large quantity of hydrochloric acid before we leave.
I'm happy I got the headsets, buddy. I am working on
Yeah.
a budget.
A girl can dream. Yeah. Okay.
The only one I know who has weird stuff would be Spud. I don't know
Hmm.
if we have time to get with them.
No.
Charles has got money.
This.
I have money,
Charles
not
is-
a laboratory.
Also, large quantities of strange things probably not going to look good on Charles or potentially Matthias, and then we're out an ally here. And I'd like to keep the ones we still have.
Unfortunately, their money can be tracked.
Well, I'll have a few injectors of my stuff, as Aiden call it, my Santa Claus stuff.
Oh, good. Nice.
So begs a thought, if she grabs somebody and wants to get a snack, if we could get there fast enough and inject them, it might have some effect. Travels pretty quickly through the blood. Might have an effect on her.
Would put us at a disadvantage, wouldn't it?
I mean, it depends on who she grabs. She grabs one of her own people. No. One of us? Yeah. Yeah. It's a thought.
A good thought. How many do you have?
3. My supply was hit pretty hard at the Memorial Garden, so I don't have much left. This is the last of my stock.
Okay. Well, could hand one to Aiden and Jester in case it comes to that. Not for yourselves, obviously, for someone else. If she does grab someone else, do not.
All right.
Aiden knows. He saw.
Figured I should clarify for Aiden, not so much you, Jester. I
I've
think you got the
already-
gist.
I've already poked someone with one of these. Thank you. The stabby end goes into the neck.
Quite good at it.
One thing that we can count on, Charles says, is that they have been very overconfident. When they sent in their, gives a momentary look to Jester, assassin, they sent in one with very minimal munitions. When they went in to take out Eliza, they sent in only a few. Mary herself wasn't even that well armed. I do not believe we're looking at a heavy munitions of silver. We can count on their overconfidence. They believe that they are going up against a small force. Just a few. They do not know about the greater allies that you have brought in. In their selling of the assets that they have done so merely to recoup what losses they have for the exchange of power, for whatever political maneuverings have been happening on their side of things, not because they view you as a threat, or at least not in my belief. And the fact that they've been willing to show their faces still publicly, they are still very much confident, or else they would have gone into hiding much more securely than they have. While silver is still very much a possibility, I do not believe it is as high of a risk as it seems. Not to say that there won't be any, especially close to Mary, but on the boat as a whole, especially in the exterior or in some of the early adversaries you will face, I do not believe it will be present.
Still good to prepare just in case, because us being
course.
overconfident as well would put us at a disadvantage.
Always. But realistically, they have not been facing Garou for quite some time. This is a rather recent development. Most of their adversaries have been from within, not from without.
Another question I have. A lot of questions, a lot of planning, a lot of what ifs. If there is the potential, which I'm sure there will be, this is not so much of an if, but a when. If we are attacking Bloody Mary and others come to her aid, what do we do then? Who do we want to split off? Do we want to split our attention? What do we want to do there?
Guess it's really depending on how they're coming in. They're coming in on boat. That's where Duncan's gonna have to do something. They're coming on the land. Matthias is there. He's still Guru. He could probably do something.
I most
Um,
mean her lackeys on the boat itself. She's
Oh.
not going to be the only one there, and it's not just going to be her and Squareface Man, I'm sure.
Are there ships already like heading out to him, like giving any supplies or anything, sending out to the actual people there?
From what I could tell, based off of previous radio transmissions that I was able to access, when they left and have not been contacted or reached. They took everything with them. They took enough supplies, everything they needed at the time, and have just been out there on their own. There's been no coming or going since.
Depending on the crew size, they could be out there for a damn long time with a full complement of food. So, yeah.
Also, with enough crew, she has plenty of food.
Yeah.
Splitting up further when we're actually engaged with Mary, even one of us stepping out really just drops our chances of winning.
But if they come with a multitude, we just let them hit us while we hit her with all we've got. That seems counterproductive, counterintuitive.
Yeah.
We're going to have to play that by ear.
Oh, good. I love playing things by ear.
Got 2 ragged bastards with you, Aspen. That's what we do.
Well, from what I've observed from the last fight, especially against the Remnant, Jester is good at minions. I think that if Mary brings in any minions, it'd be good for her to strafe off, take out some minions before refocusing on Mary. Lucas, I think you could also do the same with your ability to disappear. They're way less likely to be aware of you. I think that you could be very helpful in removing any unnecessary elements. Aiden, with your training with Charles, I think you need to focus solely on Mary. You're the most likely to keep her occupied and keep her from becoming a hazard to anyone else who is distracted by the other minions. But that also means that if she at any time juggles you, like Jester had said, she could be a huge problem to anyone else if they are distracted even for a moment. So you need to stay on her and not let her lose you even for a second. Like flies on shit. You need to be on top of her. I really don't like you going with them, Aspen. I would rather you came with us. But I know that you're not going to like that.
I wouldn't be any good. Charles is worth 3 of me, so.
Yeah, but do you feel like you're going to be any good there either?
I don't know.
You're our leader. It's where you belong.
Pack fights better with the alpha present.
I don't disagree.
Damn right.
But
Also, I have, now that I've fixed some of the potential issues with the spirits, I have some ways of keeping them safer, making them stronger. I think they need that from me. Healing them up if I need to.
that's true. Then you'd probably be best on the add-ons as well. In my mind. This is just what I've witnessed in the previous fights we've seen.
Fighting is not my forte. We all know this.
There was a roof to break. I'd say all about that, but
Well, if we need to sink the boat, if it's a last possible option, I'll punch a hole in it. I'll keep to my forte, breaking inanimate objects.
I don't know, Jester. Does Ryder have any other insight into this? Anything else any other words of wisdom or sexual innuendos he has to offer about this situation?
Do I need to activate ancestors, or can I just?
I would say, yeah, if you want to glean any more information, you'd have to activate ancestors for this.
Okay. 2 successes.
Okay. What would you like to know?
Based on the plan here, is there anything that, like, from his memories or even just from him, like insight, that could help modify the plans that we would have a better chance?
One of one of the things you should expect when you go to face Mary is that she is going to start with this supernatural intimidation. She has this aura about her that is terrifying. It's one of her first moves. And if you are even slightly affected by it, you will be affected for the entirety of the fight. It's very daunting.
She has this aura she exudes when she gets into fights, usually at the beginning, causes it causes everybody to possibly, like, a fear effect, kind of. And it will probably last the entire fight if you are affected by it. So I guess steel yourselves.
I can push back against that. I've got my own trick that's a bit similar.
Can you do it for
So,
everybody, or just can you just
it'll affect everybody in an area except for us.
okay. So you won't be able to stop her effect, you'll just be able to do a similar effect. Okay.
I'll give what she gives. That she won't like that.
Okay. Well, yeah, so she can make herself more intimidating.
It's been a benefit to her in fights in the past is that she's been able to weaken her opponents because of this presence that she has that overwhelms her opponents and keeps them on their heels. It's helped her juggle her opponents in the past by keeping them more on the defensive than on the offensive.
So it would, I guess, weaken us enough to cause us to make mistakes or just keep us on the defensive. It's usually, I guess it's one of the ways she is able to juggle her opponents.
Also, if she does single out an opponent, she has something that she can make them flee the combat.
She does single someone out, she can make them run from the fight. I guess part of this whole fear thing.
Good trick.
This I mean, that's all well and good. Is there a way to combat that?
Hopefully, you're not easily scared.
Strength of mind?
Cool.
I don't think we have anything in particular.
I mean, worst case scenario, you just go all bitey, chewy rage monster.
Always a good fallback.
It's always a good fallback. Yeah.
Okay. So something to be aware of. Good. Okay. Let's see, where have we gotten so far? Artie and Charles will go take care of the radio. And the signals. We all do our best to get in there as quietly as we can with a fishing vessel before dawn. As soon as we get in there, we start taking out any other means of escape from the boat. And then we deal with her. She's intimidating and scary, and that could potentially be a problem for us in the fight. The Silver isn't going to be as crazy as we think, but still something that we all need to consider because fire and holy water are not great. I mean, it would be in her best interest, I think, to not use fire, from what I understand. But if it comes to it, we have Aiden take care of her, which kind of worries me because as much as you're great at what you do, I don't know how her abilities will affect you. And if we lose you in that fight, we are screwed.
I'll just keep my head in the fight. It's helped me in the past.
Okay.
Maybe we shouldn't. If we use the ship itself, we could probably not have the fight on the deck of the ship, but maybe below, which will limit how many people can. If we can pick a spot, maybe we can limit how many people, and then we can make sure that at least somebody is fighting her with Aiden, so she doesn't single anyone out.
I have an idea for that.
It is possible that just two of you could hold off the additional reinforcements, and the other two could focus on Mary. If they are primarily normal humans or basic thralls, they will be very little threat to Guru. If there are any other leeches on the boat, then it is more of a problem. But if they are basic minions, they should be very little difficulty, especially if you are in your war form. They will most likely flee in terror.
Which I think the square-faced man is going to be a bit of an issue, but not as big as her, I'm sure, but still something we need to think about. If that's the case, Aiden, who do you want with you?
It's a good question. I think Jester should be. think she should be able to take some out that rage out on her as much as she can. Mary's done a lot to her.
Agreed.
Jester, if that's what you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So that's squared away. And that's if, if we both get out of there and there's no more others to take care of, we can jump back into the fight easy, Lucas. That's the plan. I'm sure we are all aware of that. Also, if we do end up getting separated in any way and need to all meet back up, I think we should all meet back up here. I think it's the farthest away, not under prying eyes, so it will probably be the easiest place for us all to meet up and get back together. So if we get separated, we move back here. Look over to Eliza and Artie and Charles.
Understood.
Okay.
So we'll have Matthias and Charles commission the boat. We'll plan to head out around or gather up down at the shipping and receiving around midnight. Set out probably around 3 a.m. Probably take about 2 hours to reach the boat. They're far enough out in the Gulf that, considering conditions and the way the waves have been around that time, it'll probably take about 2 hours to reach the boat, especially in a fishing boat, depending on the type of boat. Yeah, that's about around when the sun will be starting to come up ish. That's when we'll be getting close, and then we'll take it from there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
easy enough.
Hooray!
Team.
We sound so excited.
It's a walk in the park. It's
Yeah,
fine.
for sure. Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
We got this.
Okay. Well, I will go start getting stuff ready. I'm gonna head back to the shipping and receiving and start getting all the tech stuff set up and radios and everything ready. I'll see you guys tonight, I guess.
Before you go, I know it's off topic, but I'm planning on all of us getting back. One last question. Are we all 100% to do this Cairn thing?
Yeah.
What about your brother?
I thought about that a lot ever since this came up, and it's been a lot of back and forth on it. But the last image I had of him was him running away from me. And if I were to never if there's nothing after this, if I don't get closure on that, and I lose all of you in the process, there's no worse fate in my mind. This is certain. With this, I get the family I know I have. I don't know what afterlife actually exists. We've talked about Shadowlands. I've heard a whole bunch of spiritual mumbo jumbo, and I'm understanding most of it. But this, if Eliza's to be believed, is certain. We get to be together as a family until whatever happens happens at the end of all this. I would rather throw in my lot with that than with the unknown. Consider it a sure thing. And he reaches out and takes Aspen's hand. I'm never leaving her for anything.
What about you, Aiden? Don't you want a chance to see Stone?
Yeah. I've put some thought into it. But like Artie, I've found a family here. My pack was my pack, and I'll always have that connection to them, and they'll always hold that place with me. But as far as you guys, you guys are my family that I never had. I don't want to give that up.
Lucas, is there not anyone you want to see?
I mean, we'll have this conversation again next year. But
I don't think you understood. I told you you're doing this with us. I think you missed something. You're going
Unless
to
you
be
don't
there.
want to.
well, I thought there was the concern about my connection.
There was a concern. And I told you, as long as you made that oath to us, we weren't leaving you behind. I don't plan on leaving you behind.
Oh, well, I think that the group of you together would be the most boring sons of bitches on this planet if I wasn't around. So, for your own sakes, then yes, I'm in.
Eliza,
I got.
go ahead.
I was gonna say we got into shenanigans before you showed up. It's worse now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a word for it. Worse.
I look to Eliza. You have Orion and Blackrock and Ren and others waiting, you know that. Why are you even bound or determined to do this on your own if we didn't choose to do this?
Because if I don't, it goes with me.
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure this place is lost after I'm gone. Maybe somebody stumbles upon it. Maybe. But will they know what to do with it? Will they know what it means, what it is? What would they do with it? What would they make of it? Would they see it just as a means of power? Would they corrupt it, distort it, destroy it? I could have brought Blackrock and Ren and my sweet Orion into it. But I didn't. And yes, a part of me regrets it, but a part of me knows that had I, for selfish reasons at the time, I would have been the one who distorted or destroyed it. No, I had to wait for the ones who were worthy of it. I had to sacrifice those that I loved most in this world and wait and lose myself in the waiting. Orion has love on the other side. He has his father. He has his heart. On this side, he had a mother who loved him very much. Now he has so much more. And he will forgive me for not being there now.
Okay. I was curious last week. To look to Charles. I'm not even sure if you're going to do this, honestly, so I could ask you, what about your family? But I'm not sure if you've even made a decision on it. You've had less time than the rest of us.
I can't decide now. Not in this moment. When the new moon comes, that is when the decision will be made.
Right? I'm in. My biological parents gave me away. My real parents got lost in their own sadness and too much to take care of me. And kind of like Artie, this is the only real family I felt I've had. So, spending eternity with you guys seems like the best choice. I think the only thing I'd miss is Chloe, and we've worked that out already among the two of us. Besides, I'm a weirdo, and there's something cool about staying after to guard.
Oh yeah, weirdos.
Oh yeah, weirdos.
All right, on that very somber note, let's go I guess try and
Let's go fuck the bitch up.
yeah, let's go kill the most terrifying leech I've ever seen. Or try to.
We'll get her.
Break!
You got it.
So as the group disperses, Aiden pulls aside Jester because while he's had moments with almost everyone, there's the sister that he's gained within the pack that he hasn't really had a moment with. And as the final fight looms, he's had a chance to, in his own way, with fate looming, say goodbye in his own way to everyone else. And while it's unknown whether fate is going to take its hold, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. So, Aiden, as everyone heads their separate ways to make their preparations, you have a moment with Jester, taking her aside to talk.
You want to go for a walk?
Yeah, sure. You gonna show me all the cool spots?
Yeah. We'll go and take her over to the swing. Like, behold, I created a porch swing.
A porch swing without a porch.
I can't just make a porch happen. I can make a swing. Porches are beyond my skill set.
It's nice.
Thanks. So Eliza told me that she had a porch swing where she grew up, and she hasn't felt such a connection to a place except for here. So I figured I would build a swing here for her.
Have you shown it to her yet?
No, with everything that's been going on, she's been busy. I've been busy.
I get it. We've all been kind of busy, I guess.
Yeah, the the whole trial and hurricanes and all that fun stuff. But for tonight, you doing okay? You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
Okay.
I'm feeling a lot better than I have been.
You seem better. The whole floofy dress thing was a nice little touch again.
It was a party, or I was trying to throw a party, so I decided to dress for a party.
Yeah. Well, you seem to have somewhat come back around, which I've missed this side of you, and you'll nudge her a little.
I'll nudge it back. Yeah, I got a little lost for a bit, but I had you guys and Charles, surprisingly, to help.
Okay, you got to break that down for me.
After the episode where you pulled me out of whatever I was, I still wasn't great. I kind of was doing stupid stuff like wandering around the woods without really paying attention while I was in lupus. And
That's not your thing.
I wasn't. The feelings aren't as complicated when you're a wolf. And so it was. I just wanted to get away from them for a while. And I don't know. Not actively choosing, but maybe there was a part of me that did want to die. Turned out he'd been following me for a few days and tracked me down and lectured me.
Creepy.
Yeah. But then he offered a place to stay where, would be better overall for my mental state that wasn't a storage unit. So.
Yeah. But you're doing better and you're still there?
Yeah. I just don't want to go back to the storage unit, honestly, and don't really have another place to stay at the moment. So. Also, he
Well,
has like 700 count thread sheets, which are amazing.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so like how many threads they put in, like the sheets they put on beds, right?
Right?
Like the more threads they have, like it gets really comfortable.
So more threads equals better.
Yeah.
And he had 7,000 of these threads?
700.
700. Oh, so he's not rich enough to get you 7,000. All right.
No. But it's strangely nice.
It's a weird overall thing. Charles and strangely nice.
It's not that bad.
I'd be lying if I'd say he hasn't grown on me also.
You just have to get past the whole stiff, hide everything because a good soldier can't have emotions bit.
I've tried chipping at that wall. I've gotten a little ways, not a lot though. His answers are hard for me to understand. So after getting hit in the head for about an hour, sometimes we'll sit there and talk, and I have to try and understand what he's saying to me. But for the most part, I can see where he's having um conflicts, I guess. Uh, but man, he's just stuck in his ways. He won't break free from them.
There are things I can't say, but he's been in this since he was a baby. The things he were taught was things he was taught since he was a child, and those things are hard to get past. It'd be like you trying to get past completely being a wolf and growing up as a wolf. You struggle with it, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, that part I get. I also have things that I can't say. Um, but no, I understand. So you're gonna
No,
stay with him for a while, or are you looking for a new place?
I don't know. Think I'm gonna get past this fight with Mary and see the Cairn built before I make any decisions.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good day.
Yeah. Bye. You want to be roommates again?
Not that I didn't love it, but your current roommate and I have a overall agreement when we see each other, and it's not at a meeting. We we train. Uh, I feel like there won't that wherever he's at is not gonna be the best place to do that. That's why we come out here and do it. So as of right now, no. I'm you can watch The Princess Bride with actually no, that's our movie. You can pick a different movie to watch with him.
Okay.
Anything but that.
It'll always be our movie.
That's right.
And I wouldn't necessarily say like he would be a roommate also, but like I said, I haven't decided on what to do yet.
Okay. Well, when things are all done, we can revisit it and see what's going on.
Okay. How have you been?
Worried, excited, anxious. Happy to see Duncan. Not happy about the trial. Overall, I'm doing all right.
Yeah. I'm glad you're doing all right. Um, as for the trial, just think of it this way. She got off easy.
Yeah, it could it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Your mentor was very upset, and
She's
I understand why.
still upset. She will probably be upset for a very, very long time. It's probably not the last we have heard of her as far as her being upset. But we shouldn't worry about that now. We should focus on Mary.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping as a inspiration, you could tell us a story. You know,
No, I have one.
bolster. Ooh, okay. All right. Let's do it.
Oh, you want one now? Between you and me?
Yeah.
Okay. I had one for the group. All right. Let's see. Story for us. What kind of story do you want? Do you want a past story or do you want a made up story?
Something about a triumph over an unstoppable force that has wreaked havoc over a certain area for eons.
Okay. There was a dragon that stood atop a mountain that overlooked a valley full of a village. And over the eons, the dragon swooped down and would wreck the cattle and the forests and the houses, and he would take people and he would eat them. Till the point where the village decided they had to give some sort of tribute to the dragon to keep him away. And so, for many, many eons, a tribute was given every month on the full moon. Some maidens, livestock, every month, until the village didn't know what they were going to do because they were faced with the trouble of starving and losing their villagers, or getting eaten by the dragon, or losing the whole town. And so one time, a wolf girl volunteered as the tribute, and she brought a secret weapon, a sword that could pierce the heart of the dragon, but she had to get close. So she waited until the dragon swooped down, its wings blocking out the moon and the stars. And when it was in front of her, she leapt up and pierced the dragon's heart with the sword. Its body crumpled to stone, blowing away in the wind and leaving the village free.
I like it. I like the part about the wolf girl. That was.
I added it for you.
You think we honestly can stop our dragon?
I think so. We're together. We can do it.
Yeah, we got it. We got a few hours, right? I haven't eaten my fill yet today.
You wanna go for a hunt?
I've missed hunting with you a lot.
I have
So
too.
if
Let's
you-
go.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
So, as two companions, packmates, adoptive siblings head off to enjoy a hunt together, a hunt that, at the time, one of them believed would be their last, the other ignorant to the belief that it could be the last of anything. We transition now to later that evening. It's nighttime. The preparations have been made. And the pack finds themselves on the fishing boat out at sea. Bobbing along the waves. You have been on the boat for about 2 hours at this point. The wind is howling, not loud enough that you can't speak, but the air is chilly, to say the very least. Winter in Florida, while it's not cold to most in the Midwest or from where most of you hail from, you've been here long enough to know what cold feels like to Floridians. With 100% humidity and 40-degree temperatures in the depth of night, it's starting to sink in just how cold this feels, especially when you're out at sea. Out in the horizon in the dark, the spotlights of the fishing boat just coasting over the waves. There it is, the massive shipping vessel looming in the darkness. There are some lights on the side of the ship, almost like looming eyes in the darkness, peering from way up high. At first, out in the distance, the ship doesn't look very large, but as you get closer and closer, you can see just how massive this vessel actually is. Standing at easily over 30 feet above the water, this ship is huge. It stands from one end, or lengths from one end all the way to the other, probably a good 750 to 1,000 feet long from one end to the other. This is definitely meant to be a large shipping vessel moving huge cargo from one port to another. And the massive steel sides are reinforced to withstand the heaviest of elements. As you are probably a good 20-30 minutes out from getting up close, this is where our scene starts. Duncan, who has been in charge of kind of navigating the ship at this point, looks towards Aspen and the rest of the pack. We're getting close. If we get any closer, they're going to start to take notice. I can try and navigate as best as I can to go unnoticed, but this is where we kind of decide what we want to do from here.
I don't want to get closer because if they know the boat's here, they're gonna make sure that that's not a thing that we can get away on.
They haven't radioed yet, so there's no suspicions at the moment. They just probably suspect it's just a fishing boat heading out to sea, but if you get in the water, it's going to get awful chilly here in a minute.
Mm-hmm. What do we want to do?
Does this fishing boat have a rowboat or anything?
It's not necessarily that kind of boat that you have. It probably has like an inflatable raft you could take off of it.
Mhm.
But yeah, nothing like not like a small. It's not that big of a fishing boat. It's more like kind of like
Right.
a sea skipper.
Also, if we started swimming, like how difficult is the water, and like, are we going to have any penalties because of how cold it is, or how is that looking?
It's not going to be pleasant, that's for sure, and there will probably be a little bit of a difficulty, especially if you're going to do so in Hamid form, yeah, because it is cold and you are not furry and comfortable. Artie looks to everyone. I could possibly run a little bit of gremlin interference long enough to get us up close, possibly enough to interfere with any scanners just momentarily, that we could bring the boat up alongside, but it'll only give us a few minutes. We would have to get up onto that boat within minutes. No room for error.
Okay.
Like anybody who doesn't make it on this pass will have to find another way on.
Looking at the boat, I know we're still pretty far away, but like, is there a way to get up on, like, an easy route to get up onto the vessel?
It does look like there is a ladder alongside, but it does kind of only starts part way up the boat, So you would have to either get a good leap up to it or throw something up to connect onto the ladder and climb up that part way to get to the ladder, and then you could make it the rest of the way up. It's kind of a ladder that extends beyond that, and it's pulled part way up at the moment. Also, Aiden and Aspen have been gifted 2 entire dice pool rerolls to use anytime tonight during the session, as have Jester, all been gifted by Devlin. So make a note of that anytime during the session. And Lucas, everybody's been gifted a reroll tonight. So you can reroll 1 entire pool during the session tonight.
Did we howl before we left?
I would say right now you're at a rage 3, and you do have the opportunity to howl if you would like to.
Okay.
I want to do something as well. Before we do that, though, like, since this is a fishing boat, there should be like ropes and
Yeah,
nets
there's
and
ropes.
stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Could we at least get a rope that, like, we might be able to have, say, Lucas, who is good at jumping, like, leap up onto the ladder and tie for the rest of us?
Yes, you do. Yes, that is available to you. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
But
you
also,
definitely have ropes and nets and all the kind of equipment that would come with a fishing boat. That is all available to you.
cool. But I'd like everybody to gather around. At least those of us that are going onto the ship. I prepared something. So, I will be activating Song of Rage. So let me roll for that first, and then I'll start. First, I make my rage check. I am good. You said we're at 3 rage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I managed to get 3 successes, so if successful, all members, everyone within earshot that are a pack of my pack gain 1 rage. I didn't get a critical, so.
Okay, so everybody's at 4 rage.
And I will also, because of that, I will gain a rage from Luna's Blessing since I used a song gift.
Okay. So you are at 4 rage as well.
Right. And what she chants, because it's not really a song but a chant, is remember the sept, the ones who fell, by Bloody Mary's hand, their tale will tell. Cut down as they made their final stand, for their justice we now demand. Maya's house still pierces the night, Aaron's rage burns fierce and bright. Gur stood tall and yielding and strong, for them we march, it won't be long. Alara fought with grace and might, Zahir fell beneath the crimson light, Reek's laughter echoes through the fray, for their honor we fight today. Rin's song calls through the shadowed glen, Holly's fire will rise again, Cricket's courage, Orion's frame, and Ryder last to steal her shame. And with, like, calling Ryder, I will also activate Ancestors.
Okay.
Oh my god, I got 3 successes.
Okay. So as Jester chants out the names of the fallen sept of the Weeping Willow, as she calls out her song of rage, everyone feels emboldened. And for a moment, just a moment, the boat feels a little bit more full. For a moment, the spirits of the fallen sept enter from beyond, joining the fray, joining the fight, emboldening all of you. in this encounter to come. As the boat nears, Artie, going to the radio of the fishing boat, begins activating gremlins, sending out the spirits to wreak havoc on the sensors of the large vessel nearby, attempting to interfere with their circuits and their sensors, their ability to detect the fishing vessel just for a few moments as it draws closer and closer to the large shipping freighter. Lucas, as it draws near, you feel like you have an opportunity as you gauge distance-wise to make a good leap. Now, it is going to be a little bit difficult, but you do believe that you have a chance here to do it. But it is going to be harder than some leaps that you've made before. So this is going to take a bit of effort, if you get my meaning.
I'm going to shift to Glabro.
Okay.
And I'm good on that. I've taken my clave and I've taken the grip off of it, and I have attached a longer, almost spear-like grip to it. So it's about like 3 feet long now.
Okay.
I'm gonna tie the rope to that, and then I'm gonna time it for a swell. And as soon as we dip down, I'm gonna crouch, and as we come back up, I'm gonna try to use that momentum of the swell and use Hare's Leap.
Okay. Why don't you give me a wits and awareness check, and if you do well enough on the wits and awareness, I'll give you a bonus to your Hare's Leap to see if you can time it appropriately with the swell to get a little extra oomph on your Hare's Leap.
Hey, can I assist on the wits and awareness? Like,
Sure, why not?
like also measuring it as
Yeah,
well.
why
so-
not?
And give him an extra die.
I'll get that to you. So you can take an extra die on the wits and awareness from Gesture's assistance.
With her assistance, that gave me 4 successes.
I will give you one more die on your Hare's Leap to get an extra spring to your jump.
5 successes.
With 5 successes, you are able to get a little bit of extra spring, calling upon the spirit of the hare to give a little extra strength to the muscles in your legs. And with almost a supernatural leap, you spring into the air, reaching your arms up ahead of you and grab hold, getting purchase on the ladder with a clang as you grab onto the ladder firmly, your legs almost getting to the bottom rung, but not quite, as your hands get a few rungs above that, your legs dangling just a little bit beneath the bottom rung. But you got a little bit higher than you thought you would. You were hoping for the bottom rung, but you got a little bit higher than that. So you got a pretty good distance up there, springing probably about 15, 16 feet up in the air.
That's about right. I'll wedge the spear above me that has the rope attached to it, and I'll get climb up and get my footing, and then I'll use that to hold the rope as I pull the slack up, tie the rope as best as I can in a couple of knots, and then untie it from my spear, then lean over and just wave that we're ready.
Okay, so having left the slack of the rope dangling all the way down, it is coiled on the deck and kind of tied to the bottom of the boat, giving some security there. For the rest of you, you are going to have to make a strength and athletics to climb your way up this rope to get to the ladder. Now, it is a bobbing boat. The rope will give you a little bit of assistance here, but not a great deal. So you do have to make a somewhat difficult climb. However, this is a lot easier than swimming. The swimming was going to give you a disadvantage. This is just going to be a straight roll to get up the rope to the ladder. But I am telling you, it is going to be somewhat difficult.
Can I assist them and go up last?
Sure. I'll give you that. So if you want to take an additional die, everyone, I will say he is holding the rope taut, which is going to give you a little bit of assistance on making it up so it's not bobbing as much or giving too much slack, which could cause you to sway from side to side too much.
I'm gonna go into Glabro.
Okay.
and I rolled
Same.
my rage, and I lost a rage. So there's that.
Yeah, so you're down to 3.
Yep.
I'm gonna shift into Glabro as well.
Okay, also, has anyone spent a willpower so far? Okay, good to know.
I made my rage.
All right. I am tracking health and willpower, so please let me know if any gets expended.
4.
While they're climbing, I'm going to start heading up quietly just to be able to peek over the railing to see if I can see anybody near where we're coming up.
Okay, give me a dexterity and stealth.
Hey, Kent.
Mhm.
When we howled, could I have used the moon riled so I get an additional die for my first time howling at the moon? Or additional rage, sorry.
That would put you at 5 rage. Do you want to risk that?
I would save it.
All right, fine. Okay, yeah, I'll hold on. I'll hold on to it. 4 is good.
I got 5 successes.
5 successes. Okay. Yeah, Jester, you have no... Actually, both of you have no problem climbing up using your Glabro form, your almost demi-human, Umber Hulkish form to climb up the rope. You have no difficulty shimmying your way across the rope, making your way over to the ladder, and starting to climb up the ladder itself. Artie, let's see how he does. He is going to also shift into his Glabro form. He succeeds on the rage check. This is by no means his strong suit.
Got it, buddy.
He also got 4 successes, so he is able to shimmy across as well, sticking to... Charles offers to hold the rope for you, Aiden, proceeding to go last.
You got it, buddy. You gotta follow Charles, or you gotta follow Artie. So, I got it.
What if Mary's on the dock?
Well, I guess it's a good thing you're going up right now, then.
I'll promise not to kill her before you get there.
I'd appreciate that. At least a hit.
Charles with 8 successes, just quickly hand over hands up the rope, not even shifting into Glabro, just in his Hamid form. Like a militant Marine, just goes right up the rope to the ladder.
Muttering under my breath, show off.
So Aiden, you do not have the additional die to assist you. You have to do it with the rope. Actually, also Duncan is willing to give you the assist as he'll hold the rope taut.
Look to Duncan, grab onto his shoulder. Thanks for this. I really appreciate it.
Be safe. I'll be here when you get back.
Yeah. You'll start climbing. 5.
5 successes. Yeah, no problem. So you also hand over hand it, making your way, shimmying across until you get to the bottom of the ladder. Lucas, how'd you do on your dexterity and stealth going up the ladder?
5 with a crit.
5 with the crit. So stealth, sneakily and quietly, you make your way up the ladder until you get to the crest where it reaches the top. Peering your head over the edge, roll me a wits and awareness to look along the deck of the boat.
4 successes.
Okay. So as you get to the top, looking over the edge, spotting across the deck of the boat, you do see the smokestacks that were mentioned in the original description of the boat by Rat. But you also see a couple of security cameras hanging off of the smokestack, kind of viewing the deck of the boat itself. Midway down the deck, as you are kind of further towards the back end of the boat, you do see kind of a galley, a staircase that leads down into the boat. Also towards the front, you do see a cabin house kind of heading into more of the, I don't know boat terminology, but I guess what you'd call the cockpit of the boat.
The bridge.
Wheelhouse, the bridge, the steering area, offices, command center, CNC, whatever. That place. Boat place. But you do also see two men with rifles walking along either side of the dock.
Coming towards us?
Kind of alternating.
Okay. We could speak through our earpieces, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I'll reach up, or I'll climb down a little bit so they don't see me, and I reach down, and already I got 2 cameras on either smokestack, and I got a guard patrolling either side, but I only see 1 on each side, so only 2 as it is.
Okay. Can't really do anything about the cameras from here. That's why I need to get to the radio center. If I can get up on the cameras, I can do something about it. I have to make physical contact. What I did with the radios was temporary at best.
Yeah.
If you can sneak aboard, you can probably avoid view long enough to maybe get rid of the guards. If I can get a good eye on the cameras, I can see where the blind spots are. Can you see what direction they're pointing in?
They're moving around. There's 1 on each smokestack, and it looks like they might be panning around.
Okay. That's not great. All right. He kind of digs in his satchel and then kind of passes something up. Here, pass this to Lucas. Pass it up, pass it up, pass it up. And Lucas, what's eventually passed up to you is a slingshot with rocks.
Oh.
Trust me on this one. If you can hit them, this will help.
Okay, I'll take another peek up to see if the guard is walking away or walking towards me.
Roll me a wits and awareness.
Four successes.
Okay, based off of the timing of it, the guard on your side of the boat has kind of reached the end and is turning to walk away from you, whereas the other guard has reached the opposite end and is turning to walk towards you. They're kind of on alternating patterns.
Okay.
But they are, I mean, it's a long boat, so it's going to take them a while to...
Yeah. All right, I will, seeing that they've reached their switch points, I'll come up, put my chest on the railing, and try to take a shot with the slingshot.
Okay, give me a dexterity and firearms. Or wits and firearms. I'll give you either one.
Let's go with wits. I like wits.
Okay.
Two successes.
Okay, with 2 successes, you kind of rear back and fire, and as this little pouch that is attached, that's kind of a little bundle that was given, and you were given like a small handful of these bundles, is fired. It hits the side of the camera, and as it hits the camera, it explodes in this little shower of like black powder that kind of covers the camera in like charcoal or some kind of just black ichory powder that just poof, over the camera. It kind of showers over the camera's lens, covering it in this just black, cloudy powder. The camera keeps turning, but for the moment seems to have obscured a good amount of the lens.
I'll lean back over, look at Artie, give him a thumbs up, and then I'm up and over trying to find somewhere to hide for that
Alright.
guard that's coming towards me.
Give me a dexterity and stealth. It looks like it was literally like charcoal dust put into a very, very thin plastic wrapping.
4 successes.
Okay, 4 successes. So there are a good deal of these like wooden crates and stuff stacked on the deck. It seems like they did bring supplies and stuff as it is a shipping boat. There are stuff on the deck to hide behind, but it's not a great deal of stuff. So you do have to kind of crouch down and get down low, but you do find cover to duck down behind as you are behind the you find some place to shelter behind as the guards keep walking. What are the rest of you doing as you're hanging off the side of this large ship, which is still bobbing kind of on the side of the water, and the wind is loud, it is strong, and it is cold?
Over the headset, are we waiting for you to take out the guards, Lucas, or?
That was my intention. Just
Okay.
stick close to the side of the boat. You might get a visitor here shortly.
Okay.
A little chilly.
Okay, so as you're waiting, you know that the guard on the opposite side of the boat is the one that you're going to encounter first. With your 4 successes on stealth, they will not notice you as you pass. So you will get the opportunity for a sneak attack on them if you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Now you are still in your Glabro form, so you do still have the bonuses on that.
yeah, I think I'm just gonna take the short spear in like a crossbody, and I'm just gonna check him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come out of the shadows, just check him right over the side.
All right, give me a strength and melee. It's against difficulty 1 because it is a sneak attack. They get no opportunity to defend.
Six.
Okay. So as you kind of pop out, hitting them over the side, they let out a scream, of course, because who wouldn't, getting shoved out the side, and their gun goes off as they go off the side. At this point, down at the other side of the boat, you hear, "What the hell?" And then a few minutes later, a klaxon starts to go off. Meh, 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 meh. Okay. Now what?
I'm climbing up.
Yeah, at that point, I'm gonna have everybody climb up.
Okay.
There's no stealth needed at this point right now.
Okay, so everyone starts making their way up onto the boat. Everyone reaches the top of the dock. At this point, there are no guards visible at the moment. The sun has not quite crested the horizon yet, but you can start to see the glow, the light golden glow over the horizon, starting to come up, but it is not quite there yet. You have all regathered, and you have a moment to discuss. Charles and Artie are kind of surveilling the situation, and Artie seems to be intent on the bridge/boathouse that seems to be up ahead. If I had to guess, the radio and control room is probably going to be located at least close to that boathouse up ahead, but I don't know if that's going to be the epicenter, but we're probably going to start there at least. And if there's somewhere else, it's going to be close to that, if not that.
Yeah, you two head there, be as quiet as you can, and when you can't be, you've got big man, giant Draco over here to
Whatever
keep you
quiet
safe.
we have at this point.
Be safe, and she'll lean in and give him a kiss.
You too, please. And with that, Charles kind of looks to you. You got this. And then he kind of gives a look to Jester, and then one look to Aiden before heading off with Artie towards the front. A moment later, you hear another scream and some gunfire as another guard just goes hurling, flying off the side into the water, splashing down below.
See, they scream every time. Look at me like that.
Anyways, we've gotta take out other means of escape, so we've gotta get going around the perimeter, taking out what we can.
Right.
You see lifeboats or anything, there should be some kind of pull tab to launch them. Just start sending them out into the water.
All right, give me a wits and investigation.
Everybody, or can one person?
If one person wants to take point and the others want to assist,
I will do. I will assist.
I have 6 dice for that.
anyone with dots
I will
and
assist.
investigation can assist. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll assist as well.
Okay, so you can take 3 additional dice.
Cool. 5 successes.
Okay, with 5 successes, there are about 4 lifeboats, 2 on either side along the dock. With a simple pull of a crank, you can send them dropping down off the side of the boat into the water. It would take probably a swipe or at least a cut of your claves to dismantle the ropes, because they could be cranked back up if wanted, but if you cut the ropes from them, they will eventually just drift off of the side of the boat. This will take a few minutes to accomplish, because there are 4 of them, obviously, and not all of you have blades. Only 2 of you came armed with blades. So it does take probably a good 10 or so minutes to get them all cut away, but it is accomplishable easily enough. Once that's done, however, Aspen and Aiden roll me wits and awareness as they're busy cutting and chopping the lifeboats free from the winches.
Ooh.
5.
Okay, Aspen, with the sounds of winches going down and the howling wind, you're not able to get a really good hear of it. But Aiden, you do hear the sound of pounding feet of guys coming up down at the far end, kind of at that big galley where the stairs were going down. You do hear the sounds of about 6 sets of foot pounding feet coming up the stairwells, coming out onto the dock. And you do hear the sounds of guns kind of being clicking and getting armed, ready to fire.
Hey, guys, 6 or 7 people coming up. If we could speed this up.
Okay, so as you finish cutting free, on either side, 3 guards on either side, armed with various munitions, I would say 2 with rifles, 4 with pistols, take up stances ready to fire on you. They are, I would say, probably at least a good 20 or so yards away from where you're positioned currently, preparing to fire on you. Declare your intentions. But since he was able to alert you all to it, there is no sneak attack on their behalf.
And they're both coming around each side. Is what you were
Yeah,
saying?
they spread out. There's 3 on either side. So since they had to split up to cut the boats, I would say you are split up 2 and 2 on either side.
Is there? If I want to get like halfway to them to like be able to get to them next round, is there anything I could duck behind like halfway there?
Yeah, I would say you can probably get cover behind boxes if you want to take a defensive maneuver. If you want to take an offensive maneuver, you can.
Okay.
But I would say that there is going to be a negative to your attack because they are going to get a shot off before you reach them. Like they're going to have more opportunity to hit you before you reach them.
Right. No, I think I'm going to take a defensive mover and just move up to the boxes.
Okay. Okay. So how do we want to divide up? Who would be with who? If Lucas and Jester are one-on-one on each side, who would be with who on each side? Assuming that
Yeah.
the two of you also divided on each side.
I would look at Aiden and just bob my head towards Jester, and I'll start going the opposite direction with Lucas.
Okay. So currently everybody is in their Glabro forms still. I assume nobody shifted out of their forms, maintaining Glabro
I was not
forms.
in Glabro.
Oh, right. Aiden, you were still in Hamid. So Aiden's still in Hamid. Everyone else is in Glabro on their 2 positions. Everyone declare their intentions. Jester, you were going to take a defensive as you were advancing. Aiden, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna move up next to Jester, and then start going through getting into Glabro while ducking down wherever she's at.
Okay, so you want to shift into Glabro and take a defensive as well. So go ahead and make
Correct.
the rage check, and then you can also make a dexterity and athletics. Jester, you can make a dexterity and athletics. Aspen, what's your intention?
Knowing that Lucas can tend to be more like sneaky and get up behind people and stuff, she's just gonna go full tilt into one of them to just try and keep attention on her.
Okay. So go ahead and make me a strength and brawl then. If you're going full tilt at them, I will say it is at a -1 penalty as you are going into gunfire to do so. But yeah, you can make the attack. Lucas, what is your intention?
No, Aspen's dead on. I'm gonna hit cover and try to find a route through the boxes that they can't see to try to stealth in and get closer to him.
Okay. Give me a... Let's make it a dexterity and stealth check. You can do it at your full pool.
I got a crit with 4 successes on my dexterity and athletics.
Okay.
Regular 4.
Okay. So as the gunfire rings out at Aiden and Jester, bullets strike against the deck, but you both manage to duck behind some crates or against, some cover, managing to avoid the gunfire as it pings off the deck or fires, just misses entirely, shooting off the side of the boat, avoiding the gunfire altogether. But you do find yourself getting some cover, advancing closer on them without any incident. Aspen, what'd you get?
I got 4 successes.
Okay, 4 successes. Lucas?
5 successes on the stealth check.
5 successes. Lucas, you managed to avoid the gunfire entirely, not taking any damage whatsoever. Aspen, you do get up close, not taking any damage, but not dealing any damage either. As some of the shooters were distracted with Lucas, they did not manage to get a shot off on you, and you charging directly at them managed to make them panic a little and kind of misfire off in a different direction as they were completely kind of caught off guard as this unarmed blonde woman just comes running at them. They didn't know what to do with it as this Umber Hulk of a woman is just running towards them. So that is the end of the round. Declare your intentions for the next round. Jester and Aiden, you are given cover, not enough for a sneak attack. They very much know where you are, but you are kind of behind cover, and you are close enough now to engage without any penalty in the next round. Aspen and Lucas, you do have cover. You can strike one of them with a sneak attack in this next round, meaning difficulty 1 on one of them. And Aspen, you are up in the thick of it, but you do have no cover, so if one of them attacks you, they will have a bonus on their attack with rain, with gunfire. So, Aiden, we'll start with you.
I'd like to activate Spirit of the Fray before I run up there, so that way I can attack in addition 2 additional opponents per rage check. So that way I can take care of some, and then Jester can take care of the other one.
Okay.
First one's good. Lost 1 rage.
Okay, that brings you down to 3.
Yeah, I'm at 3.
I'm just gonna go and attack one of the. I'm gonna go slash one of the ones with the rifles with my clave.
Okay, so you're gonna go clave. So that's a dex and melee, or were you going to go strength and melee?
Strength and melee.
Strength
I'm
and
going
melee, 'cause you're
two-handed.
two-handed. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're going strength and brawl, Aiden.
Strength and brawl on the 3. Yep.
Okay. And Aspen, you are up in it. Are you
Yeah,
using
so
fists?
yeah. Yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of be hitting one of them. I'm gonna try and like as much as I possibly can, not be right in the middle of all of them and
Okay.
off to one side. But yeah, I am going for
So
one
you're
of
pretty
them.
much trying to go for one of them, strafing off to one side. I would say you're probably going towards C side, knowing that Lucas, you don't want to interfere with Lucas's sneak attack plan since he went in. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess that up. So you're probably moving more towards the edge, hoping maybe to possibly toss one of them off, if you can.
Probably not because like as much as I can punch things, lifting and throwing is not really my
Or maybe
forte.
just to pummel them down, whatever the case
Yeah,
may be.
you know.
That works. And Lucas, you are sneaking around, possibly trying to get behind them to get a stealth attack in. What did you get on your attack?
Seven successes.
Okay. Aspen, what did you get on yours?
4 again.
4 successes. Okay. So Aspen, once again, you are kind of wrestling with them over the gun, kind of knocking their hand again away, causing them to kind of shoot off away from you. However, the one next to them does get a shot off on you. As you are in your Umber Hulky form, the damage isn't so bad as it could be. However, it is still 3 superficial damage, and that is already halved as it was point blank, bam, right up on you. So that's 3 superficial. Lucas, the one remaining one, is dead as you just step up behind, slick, drop them to the ground. Absolutely no issue. The sneak attack is completely successful. They were caught absolutely off guard and taken down. Jester and Aiden, how many successes did you get on the 3?
So on the first one was 10 with a crit.
Okay.
The second one was a 5. The third one was a 6 with a brutal.
Okay. And Jester, how many did you get?
12 with 2 crits.
Okay. So, first one is knocked out completely cold as you just step up and cold cock him, knocking him completely out with the first punch. The second one you strafe across with a backhand, sending them reeling but not down. However, Jester following up with the clave takes them out entirely as they were knocked off balance, and the clave swipe did kill them. And then the third one, yeah, punched them in the solar plexus, and there was a terrible cracking sound, and now there is a horrible gasping, wheezing, gurgling as they hit the ground. It doesn't sound good, and they are probably out of this fight. Back to the other side. There are 2 still standing. The 3 on your guys' side are done. They are out of it, obviously. But there are 2 still standing on Lucas and Aspen's side. Third round, final round. Everybody declare your intentions with the 2 remaining guards.
Can we make it over to the other side?
You absolutely can, yeah.
All right.
You got this?
Yeah, if you want to clean this up,
Yep.
I'll
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
rush over and take out the one closest to Aspen. Gonna try and rip that dude's head off. He shot her. So,
Okay.
not gonna do Spirit of the Fray for this one. Just running over to assist Aspen.
Okay. All right.
But
So, yeah, Lucas.
Oh, I'm gonna spin around my clave from the position I was in and then just slash at the other one's
Okay.
throat.
Yeah, everybody just make your attacks. I'm pretty sure this is going to go quickly, but who knows?
I'm-
Maybe you'll fuck up bad enough.
I'm
Jester.
finishing off the 2 unconscious one. Well, the
Okay.
wheezing dude and the unconscious dude, I'm killing them.
It's a coup de grace situation.
Yeah.
There's no resistance here.
8 successes.
Okay, so Aiden and Lucas are able to thankfully finish off the individuals quickly enough. However, Aspen, you do take another 2 points of superficial damage as they are able to get a shot off before getting killed. And if I am doing my math correctly, that does give you a full bar of superficial damage at the moment, putting you at impaired, which puts you at a -1 to all physical pools for the moment.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, the deck is cleared. Everyone is dead. There are six dead bodies and two quickly dying bodies in the water. Or two quickly dying bodies in the water as two guards were thrown overboard. But for the moment, it is quiet up on the deck.
I would like to heal
Yeah.
superficial.
All right. So go ahead and roll it.
I do not lose a rage that time.
All right. Just one? Or are you going for more than one?
I'll go for humble 2. We'll go for
Yeah.
2. And I didn't lose a rage on that one either. So
All right. So taking you down to 3 superficial. Using the powers granted to you as a guru, you regenerate, causing the bullet wounds not to completely heal, but to close up slightly. Okay. As I said, the deck is quiet. There is the staircase which they emerged from leading down below. The doors now flung open, and you can see this cement staircase leading down. There are voices to be heard from down below, and based off of the noises of gunfire and screams from up above, nobody's too eager to come upstairs at the moment.
quick point of order, like just, common sense intellectually, would there be any other boats and stuff that we would have to dispatch, get rid of?
I would say yes, there are probably a couple more boats that weren't tied to the side, maybe some that are stored flipped up on the dock, because this is a rather large ship. There are likely extra boats because this ship could hold quite a few people. Those are probably just the instant emergency escape boats, but there are probably some extras that could be used that are for extra storage that could be stashed probably on the deck here somewhere. They wouldn't be as quick as zip, cut. They'd probably need to actually be destroyed in order to be gotten, or just tossed over the overside.
Okay. While we have the opportunity of nobody really wanting to come up right now because of all the scary noises over there, let's quickly check for other boats, other things, other escape routes before we head downstairs.
Okay.
Can I
Ooh.
check the bodies real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me a wits and investigation. What are you looking for? Anything specific?
See if they have any communique, or if one of them happens to have a grenade, that would be beneficial.
Okay.
4.
So, looking over them, they do have earpieces. They do look like they do have some sort of communication devices. They do not have grenades. This is a boat. It would be a terrible idea to have grenades on a boat. Yeah, not smart. So they do not have any kind of grenades or projectiles that are meant to explode. So no, nothing of that sort. But yeah, they do have, obviously, radios. They also have light armor. However, it didn't seem to come in handy because you guys were very effective at killing them.
Artie, they are you good? Are you where you need to be?
In the background, you do hear some thudding, thumping, grunting, but you hear Artie, who is not even winded, or he just seems to be talking normally. So far, yeah, everything's good up here. Just I'm just waiting as we make our way forward. Yep.
Okay. You keep doing what you need to do, buddy. Found a couple guys down here. They slipped.
Oh yeah, we
They
heard.
have some. Yeah. Yeah. Found some radios on them. Is there once you get there, if you can tap into that and let us know what they're saying. Constantly, I don't want to have to carry their stuff.
I'll see what I can do. I don't know. It depends on if they're in the boat's radio system or if they're using like a walkie-talkie system, but I'll see what I can do.
Lucas, do you understand that?
Got it.
Okay.
If they're using a system like ours or if they're going through the boat. If they're talking through the boat or if they're talking like we're talking.
Oh. Okay.
We got it. It's fine.
Yeah, we got it, man.
At this point, you hear a crash of somebody going through glass. Okay. So, who wants to look for any potential boats that are still up on the deck?
I will help Lucas.
Yeah, I will help Lucas.
Who wants
Nope.
to stay by the stairs in case they do get bold enough to come up?
I got it.
Why don't you roll me a manipulation and intimidation, Aiden, to keep them from coming up the stairs?
You want to switch?
Yep.
Okay.
Good idea. All right, am I still doing investigating or am I doing intimidating?
You're doing investigating. I think
Okay.
Jester is doing the intimidating, right? Is that what
Good.
I got from that?
Okay, good. Not 5 rage yet. Five successes.
Okay. Easily enough, you kind of move through opening some of the crates and some of the storage units that are storage boxes that are up on the deck. You are able to find the boats and quickly enough using either the clave itself to hack holes in the boats or just picking them up and tossing them overboard. You are able to get rid of some of the or most of the escape implements. Would you tactically potentially try and save one for yourselves if you needed it?
I would 100% suggest that to Aspen. We should square one of these away somewhere in a box that's not normally used for it, just in case.
No, definitely keep it out of sight. So if people are trying to get away, they're not going to immediately take it.
So I'll give you a
Okay.
choice. I'll just say straight up. Wits and larceny would be how you would squirrel away this boat so that it's not instantly accessible to anyone who's trying to flee.
Yeah.
Jester,
Can I
over
assist?
to you. Yeah, you can absolutely assist if you have a dot in larceny. So, Lucas, you can add a dice to that pool.
I will assist as well.
Okay.
I
So you can add
got
two dice.
Oh.
Jester, yeah.
I got 3 successes.
How are you choosing to intimidate them?
Oh, I'm throwing one of the bodies down.
Oh. Okay. So by picking up one of their fellow guards, as you can hear the sounds of footsteps slowly making their way up the stairs, you hurl one of the bodies of the guards down the stairs, at which point streaming expletives come just gasping up the stairs, and you hear feet starting to retreat away down the hallway. As well as, no, you go. Fuck that. Okay.
Over our comms. We're good for a moment.
So, with the boats dismantled, with one very, very cleverly squirreled away, Lucas, where would you put it? Would you put it near where you kind of got up the ladder?
I would take it back towards the back of the boat and hide it just inside of the anchor chain well where there would never be anybody sticking their hands ever because it's exceptionally dangerous.
Okay. So, with every escape route that you're aware of, removed. With guards intimidated, you start to make your way down into the bowels of the boat. Eventually, you do get word from Artie that he has reached the control center. He says, as you reach the bottom of the staircase and start entering into the hallway, which is empty, the guards have very much retreated at this point as you step over the body of the fallen guard that was hurled down the stairwell. He has eyes on you, as you can see, cameras along the hallway. And he reports to you that a lot of the guards have retreated. Radio transmissions have been cut off. There is no help coming yet. He doesn't believe anybody signaled for help. You start to make your way down the corridor, moving from room to room. I'd like everyone as a group to make strength and brawl or strength and melee checks. We're going to kind of, for the sake of time, do a sweep of you moving from room to room, dispatching some of these hidden guards who are hiding out throughout the ship as you encounter them. Because really, I know what everybody wants. As viewers, as players, we want to get to the real fight of the night. 5 successes from Aspen. 8 successes from Aiden. 7 successes from Lucas. 7 successes from Jester. Okay. Alright. Because of everyone's successes, nobody takes additional damage because of those fights. It is pretty brief. It is quick, moving from room to room. You are pummeling and destroying and easily dispatching of guards as you come across them in your path. Making your way down these corridors, Artie is signaling to you, room by room, where these guards are. Telling you they're hiding out in the kitchen. They're hiding out in the mess hall. Aspen, yes, go ahead.
I would take this opportunity to try and heal 2 more of
Okay,
my
go ahead.
superficial. I lose a rage, just 1.
Okay. So you're down to 1 superficial health. Eventually, you reach the end of the corridor, where there is 1 room remaining. Of course, Artie reports this is the only room he doesn't have eyes on. There are no cameras in this room. It has a large wheel padlock. As you go to turn the wheel and push open the door, you see Mary sitting on top of a box that is open, with her hand reaching into the box. Hi. What's all this then? Are we itching for a fight?
I'm just gonna look over at Aiden because I think time for talk is over at this point.
How big is this room?
It is a large room.
Okay.
It's kind of near the end of the boat, and it is massive, triangular.
As Aspen is looking over to Aiden, I'm shifting to Krynos.
All right, then. And she pulls the stake out of Marius. And this is where we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. See you shortly. And we are back. In the first half, the plan was made. The plan was executed, or at least started to, and it was going pretty flawlessly as the pack boarded the ship, dispatched of the guards, and made their way towards the chamber of Bloody Mary. But when they arrived, Bloody Mary was waiting, and she was ready, and she was definitely not alone. But before we get to the fight, a little bit of context for those who don't know. The leader of the city of Tampa within the Camarilla, since its foundation, was Prince Marius, a Ventru of quite some age. And the way he's managed to maintain his position within the city of Tampa, his iron fist, his stranglehold over the city, is because when the beckoning came calling, he refused to leave. Because of his high generation, his age, the beckoning definitely tried to take him eastward, but he refused the beckoning's call. And as elders do, one of the ways he discovered to ignore that beckoning was through the practice of diablerie. But in doing so, he lost himself. He lost his humanity. And the more and more his grip on reality, his grip on humanity slipped, the more and more the beast consumed him. The more and more he gave in to his more feral desires, something that Guru might know a little bit about. Well, eventually, as all kindred know, when the beast becomes too much, when all humanity is lost, vampires become something else. Something much worse. Much more dangerous. So as our Guru stand in Bloody Mary's chambers at the end of this ship, as she removes the stake from this young, swarthy man with long, dark hair, what sits up isn't the Prince of Tampa, though he may retain that title officially. What sits up, or more, scrambles out, is a wight. A feral, bestial, carnally visceral creature bent on only one thing: destruction and decimation. It is the most powerful form a vampire can take, but it will not be leashed, it will not be contained, and it will attack anything it sees. Unfortunately, the first thing it sees is the pack. To describe the room a little bit further, aside from Bloody Mary, along the back room of the room are also, or back wall of the room, are several guards who stand by at the ready with guns. However, they seem to be not interested at all engaging in this particular affair at the moment. They seem to be there to cause some distraction, cover fire, maybe to just do as Bloody Mary desires at any given moment, and to potentially be what you all know to be her distractions, or to juggle the Guru that are causing her problems, her advantage in this particular situation. Because of your entry, I will give you, our pack, the opportunity to take one action, a shift, a change, anything, before we make our first round of combat, so that you do not incur any penalties on the first round, as she did take her first action, removing the stake from Marius. Jester, you did to choose to take that action to make the shift into Krynos. You made your rolls. Tell the result of those rolls.
I have succeeded on both my rage checks, so I will shift into Krynos and I'll have my clave held both hands.
Okay. Aiden, what action would you like to take?
Also going Krynos. I'm good on both.
Okay. Aspen.
Krynos as well, and I'm good on both.
Okay. Lucas.
Going Krynos and good on both for me too.
Okay. Now I do allow the Krynos werewolves to maintain hold of their claves. This is kind of questionable in rules as written for 5th edition. As I want to state to our audience, we use the rule of cool here. So if you are a viewer and you are sitting there being like, that's not what the rule book says, stay out of the comments. We're not interested. We're trying to tell a good story here. Keep it to yourself. Just enjoy the ride. Okay, so as you turn into Krynos, first things first, I need everyone to make a resolve and composure test as Mary darkens and grows a lot more intimidating. As she looks in your directions, her muscles grow a lot thicker. Her gaze grows a lot more menacing. More daunting, as they say. All right. Okay. Lucas and Aspen, you are at a -1 dice pool on any attacks against Bloody Mary for the rest of the scene. Jester and Aiden, you are fine. You are able to resist her daunt. Declare your intentions. You have Marius, who is absolutely coming for you. All of you, any of you, whichever one he just comes at, doesn't matter, he's going. You have Mary, and you have the guards who are past them in the back of the room, ready to open a flurry of fire in your direction.
At the current moment, are they close enough where I could attack both of them at the same time? Marius and Mary?
You could if you wanted to do, yeah.
Okay, I'll do the rage.
And did you say -2 to her specifically?
To her specifically, -1.
Okay. Oh, -1. Okay.
Yeah, because you missed by 1 on the daunt.
I'm good on my rage.
I'm gonna just go in for Mary. I'll take the opportunity, like when he strikes at Marius, to move around and like go at Mary, but I want to make sure that I'm like I'm moving when he's moving, so that he's striking Marius, but at the same time, when he goes to strike Mary, I'm gonna be striking close to the same time,
Okay.
so that we're not. And I'm gonna move around so like I'm striking from a different position than he is.
Okay.
Kind of like the bear thing.
Yeah.
Different angles.
I would like to go towards Marius and try to attack him in Krynos. Even though he is a white, does he still count as a vampire? Yes?
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely, he is a vampire for sure.
I am also going to go after Marius for my full action. As a minor action, I am going to activate the Icy Chill of Despair.
Okay.
Also, as a minor action, I'm gonna activate
That's
Raging Strike.
Okay.
I go down 1 rage.
So for the Icy Chill of Despair, you were using that on Mary and everyone, right?
It radiates 10 meters out from me and affects everybody except for my pack members.
Okay.
And they cannot use willpower to re-roll dice or regain willpower except through mystical means.
Okay. Do they have a resistance roll?
It does not give one at all. It just has my rage check.
Well, that
And I gain a
doesn't seem
glory
right.
bonus. I gain a glory bonus on intimidation, but that's not really.
There's gotta be a resistance. That can't be.
It's page 176.
Yeah. That is horrendously broken if they can't resist at all.
Shadow Lords be Shadow Lorded.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I guess Kindred don't really regain willpower, so it's not really a big deal for them.
I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. Let's get to it. We will start with Aiden. What did you
The
get?
attack on Marius was 8.
Okay.
Then launching towards Mary was 9 with a crit.
Okay. Aspen.
5.
Okay. And you were going for Marius?
Yes.
Lucas.
7.
Okay. And Jester.
8 on Mary.
All right. So. Just check one more thing. Okay, so because it was a minor action, did you take 2 dice from your attack pool, Lucas?
No.
So you should re-roll your attack pool minus
Yep.
2 dice.
Minus 2 dice.
Because it is a 2 dice minor action to use your ability.
5 successes.
Okay. And you were attacking Mary?
Marius.
Marius, okay. So, Marius just moves forward like a locomotive, just pure power and force. Mary, however, moves with a strange lightning quickness, just like darting from position to position as she moves and makes a striking motion just like Aiden into each and every single one of you with a forceful hit. Bang, 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 bang. With the silver knuckles. Okay. So let's hear those totals again. 8 with a crit from Aiden against Mary. 5. 5. 8. Okay. So, Aspen, you take 5 aggravated with the silver knuckles. Aiden, you take 2 aggravated with the silver knuckles. Lucas, you take 5 aggravated with the silver knuckles. And Jester, you take 2 aggravated with the silver knuckles as she just bang, 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 using potence, just smashes each and every one of you with the silver knuckles with one rapid hit. Bang, 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 bang. So, okay. Let me mark the... She got a double crit on her roll.
Love that.
Love that for her. Yeah.
Okay, so, but how many successes did you get against Marius, Aiden?
8.
8. Jester, how many against Marius? Or you didn't go against Marius, you just went against Mary. Aspen, how many did you get against Marius? 5. Okay, and Lucas against Marius, 5. Okay. So, against Marius, Aspen, you tied. So he did not do any damage against you. Lucas, you did manage to also tie with Marius. So you guys have him kind of locked up as he is gnarling and kind of clawing at both of you, trying to snap his teeth in both of your direction. But because you were both teaming up on him, he had to split his pool against both of you. So he is just kind of trying to push forward against both of you, but having no success. As Aiden and Jester, you both tried to strike, your weapons, as they hit Mary, just clanked off of her as if they were hitting against rock, against her body. Just bing! Like it sounded like it was cracking against stone. Or your fist or claws were scraping against stone. Next round, declare your intentions. And Mary is back at the box again with that little bit of distance between you. And her knuckles just up, a little sizzle coming off of them.
Is it just one set? Does she have the one set of knuckles?
One on each
Or is it on
hand.
both hands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you thinking about taking a hand?
Yeah, I'm thinking about locking one up. And if you want to hack at it.
Yeah. One hand?
All right, we're going to... Yep.
Like you're gonna
Gonna
lock the
go
hand
up.
up and I hack that hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna run up and try and get her into like a standing arm bar and like pull back the arm to try and expose it to give Jester a better opportunity to it.
All right, so you want to try and grapple. Are you
Yeah.
trying to go for a specific arm? Because that is going to be a called shot.
Yeah, I'm going for
That's
an
going
arm.
to
So
be the
yeah.
-2 penalty for a called shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, and Jester, if you want to attack that called shot, that is also going to be a called shot for you as well.
And I'm using Raging Strike.
Okay. Aspen and Lucas, you both are focusing on Marius, right? Still? Okay, so you can both make your attacks as well.
I would
That
like
also
to-
being said, I want everyone to make a dexterity and athletics roll too, as the hail of gunfire comes from the guards.
Can I heal an aggravated?
You can. That's
I'm gonna
2
do the
rage
Can I
same
do-
thing.
Can I do the same thing?
Yes.
All right. My rage is good.
Okay, so Lucas, you're down to 4 aggravated if I'm counting right.
Yes.
Rage is good.
Okay.
My rage is
Aiden,
good for
you're at
Raging
1
Strike.
ag. Aspen, how's your rage?
Good.
Okay. So
have
you are at
2
4
rages.
ag and 1 superficial if I'm counting correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Jester, you're not healing this round?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Since Raging Strike is a free action, I only get to use 1 free action, right?
You can regenerate every single round.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna attempt to regenerate too.
Okay.
I lost a rage.
What's that put your rage at?
I'm at 2.
Okay.
4
Oh,
for that
actually-
Dex and athletics.
No. We all gained a rage because we took damage last round.
That is true. Good memory.
And it was ag, so if we take superficial, you also gained another rage? If anybody took superficial last round?
Nobody took superficial. Everybody took ag.
Do
Okay.
do I get another rage because I took superficial earlier on the boat?
Yes.
I think it's yes, earlier, but now you don't gain rage because it's only the first time in a combat. That's
It
what
is for
doesn't happen.
superficial, and
Yeah,
then but
I
if
mean,
you take an
you did
ag-
from the last
Okay.
combat, but now in this combat, you're not going to gain rage anymore after this. Everybody's done after this. No more
Right.
gaining rage from this combat because you've gained it now. So
Oh crap.
this is
Hold
your
on.
rage for this combat. No more.
You met your quota.
Yes. All right, so 4 to dodge the gunfire from Aiden?
Yep.
Okay.
1 sec. Still rolling. I got distracted.
0 to dodge the gunfire?
5 to dodge the gunfire for me.
Okay. So, Aspen, as the only one unable to dodge the hail of bullets from the guards, you are going to take an additional 3 superficial damage, which I believe puts you at impaired in your Krynos form currently.
Not yet. Not quite. Because I
Oh, you're
healed
at
an
8.
ag.
Yeah, you're at 8.
Yeah.
Okay, you're at 5 ag or 4 ag, 4 superficial. Yes, you're
Yes.
1 away from being. Okay, hooray! So we'll start with the Mary group, as we are separated into 2 groups right now. Aiden and Jester, what are your attacks on Mary?
Going for that standing armbar for that grapple. I'm going to take the dice penalties for it.
Yeah.
1 sec. I'm gonna spend another willpower.
Okay.
9.
Okay.
Nothing special about it, just a regular one.
I got 8 again.
Okay. So, Aiden, you are able to grab her. You are able to extend her arm out. Jester is able to slice down, but her skin is too tough for her to successfully hack the arm off. It does cut. It does do damage. She does go, "Ya fuckers!" But she does not lose the hand. So you did do damage successfully, but it wasn't enough successes beating her fortitude to successfully sever the limb. Because there are specific rules about how many successes you have to beat the spread by to remove a limb, and it wasn't enough.
I had so many dice and there were so many blank dice. It's just not fair. I had like a crit on that too.
But it did do damage. You beat her fortitude enough to do a little damage. So she did take some damage. And you did beat her attack to get her grappled. So it was good. It was good. But not enough to get the arm. Okay, over to Aspen and Lucas versus Marius.
Are we still pressed like against him?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so
It's not a
he's-
grapple, but you guys are like tied up a little bit.
Okay.
I got 8 with a crit just to get at him.
Okay.
Oh,
Can
what?
I?
You got a what? Sorry.
I got an 8 with a crit.
Oh my god. Okay. My god.
You win some, you lose some, you know.
Can I hip throw him, or do I have to grapple him first?
I will. If you
I don't
want to
wanna
make a dexterity and brawl check, I will say you don't need to grapple. However, I will say it will not do damage, but it will get him away from you. Like, are you trying to get him past you, like out of the room potentially, or what's your goal here?
I was trying to if I've got my short spear up and he's kind of pressing against it, I wanted to step into him and step sideways and kind of hip throw him onto the ground, and then follow up with the other end of the spear, or have Aspen come at him with a stake.
Okay. I will say if you are able to successfully hip throw him, you will not do damage, but you will have him prone, which will take dice away from him next round.
Okay. That's dexterity and brawl.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 8 successes with a crit.
Okay. So, as you, Aspen, what are you doing? Biting or clawing?
I will bite him.
Okay. As you bite down, again, your teeth feel like they are also biting into granite. His skin is extremely hard to the point that your teeth almost feel like they want to crack against, but instead it feels like his flesh starts to crack underneath your teeth. Lucas starts to hip throw him to the point that he does start to flip over, causing you to kind of have to release, raking your teeth across, causing some of this disgusting blood to fill your mouth as he gets hip thrown and flopped over to the ground. Next round, declare your intentions. And the hail of bullets didn't help with you kind of breaking the grapple as you got struck by many, many bullets.
Are they firing again?
Oh yeah. Every round now.
I'm gonna regenerate. I lose 1 rage.
Another 4 to dodge, Kent.
Okay.
I got 3 to dodge.
Okay.
6 to dodge.
Three.
All right.
And I regenerated one of my ag, and I lost a rage.
All right. And Lucas, you regenerated an ag, yes?
Yes, and I lost a rage also.
Okay. Did anyone else regenerate, or are you guys just hanging on? You're with your 1 ag each?
I'm gonna hang on.
Good.
All right. Okay, declare your intentions.
We can try to get this arm done. Is he still grappling her? That's the question.
Yes, the grapple's still locked in technically, yeah.
I'm gonna try to swing before she breaks loose.
While she's swinging, I'll look over to the bunch of people who keep shooting. Is it possible to, as she swings and lands, drop my feet down and then fling Mary into her own guards?
I don't see why not.
Okay. Do you want strength and brawl, or what? Is that what you'd want for that role?
I would
Athletics?
say strength and athletics if you're trying to projectile hurl her.
Okay.
Although, you know what? No, it'd probably be strength and brawl because it is like a judo throw if you're trying to like chuck her kind of
Okay.
from a grapple. It's probably like a strength and brawl thing. It's not
Yeah, you
like
got
a weapon.
I am raging strike too, and I made my
Okay.
rage check.
Can I burn a will?
Yeah.
Aspen and Lucas need to declare their intentions too.
Yes.
I'm coming at him with the other end of the clave, the wooden end of it, and just going straight towards his heart.
Okay, that is a -2 penalty because it is a called shot.
So with him on the ground, is there any way that I could kind of get out of his grasp and get to Lucas?
How so? What do you want to do with Lucas?
So what I want to do is Mother's Touch.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do
Okay.
that. Yeah. You
But I
guys
wanna
were,
make sure
side
that I'm
by
not-
side with him. In fact, he probably threw him away from you, so you're probably right next to Lucas and just go.
Right. I just don't want him to like grab onto
No,
me or,
yeah,
or
I would say
do
he's
something.
probably out of your reach at this point. You would have to move to get to Marius, I think. However, you are not doing any damage this round, so you would have to take the penalty. Let's resolve the gunfire, though. Anybody who got 3 successes takes the superficial damage from the gunfire. Everyone else is fine who got more than 4. 4 or more.
4 or more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think Jester and Aspen both took a superficial, yes?
But a spendable power.
Okay. So Aiden and Jester. Aiden, what'd you get on your grapple? What'd you get on your roll?
11 with a crit.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend a willpower too. I also got 11 with a crit.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
You did the -2 for the called shot again because you're trying to get that same spot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, starting with resolving the Mary part. As Jester goes to bring up the clave and bring it down, Mary pulls Aiden into the blade as it comes down and strikes Aiden across his back, doing 6 points of aggravated damage to Aiden as the clave sinks in to Aiden's back, cutting across Aiden's back. So she just yanked him forward, keeping the grapple up, but beating the grapple roll. She just pulled him in, causing the called shot to miss and striking him instead.
Does that count as humiliation?
I don't know.
I'm asking because
Humiliation?
you could get rage for humiliation.
I wouldn't say it's humiliating because the
Okay.
strike would have hit.
Okay, just wondering. Look, I'm trying to get rage.
Okay, over on Aspen and Lucas.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, just so I can do that before. I rolled 4. So what is your rage at?
4.
Okay. Well then, I don't know if you have any superficial, but
No.
okay, then it doesn't do anything.
Okay, so what'd you get, Lucas, on your attack?
9 with a crit.
Holy shit.
I re-rolled. Spent that willpower with crit fishing.
So, you did jam the stake in. It is not enough to stake him because he has 5 fortitude. So it does stake, like it does stab into his chest, but it doesn't pierce the heart enough to like torpor him. But it does do damage. It does pierce him and hurt him very badly, but it's not enough to torpor him. So it does, like he is pinned and he's like he's trying to strike at you, but it is not enough to torpor him.
Okay.
I would also like to say that doing my mother's touch is a willpower. So if you're tracking that as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Jesus Christ. You guys are doing really, really well, and it's annoying me. Okay. This is supposed to be harder. Next round. Declare your intentions. Jester, you have cut into Aiden with the clave, doing silver damage, which hurts. Declare your intentions against Mary.
She's still
The
holding
heal
him.
and egg.
She is holding on to him, yeah.
Okay.
And in fact, I would say she is probably grappling him now, like reverse to the grapple, and is now pressing the silver knuckles into him, holding him with the knuckles against her.
Mhm.
Would I be able to heal an ag while that's going on?
You would, but you're just going to take more.
Well, I want to try and balance then. Okay, I'll give it a shot. All right, we're good.
All right, I'm going to try to go behind her and I'm going for a kick instead of using my clave because I don't want her to use. She's going to use Aiden's shield. Hopefully, Aiden will try to break free. Actually, can I assist Aiden in breaking free?
Sure, you want to give him additional dice in his attempt to break free?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say yeah.
All right, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
To get out of it, strength and brawl.
Yep.
+1.
Yeah. And Aspen and Lucas. So you got Marius down. You have stabbed him with the stake. It did some damage, but not a lot. What do you want to do? You healed him a little bit.
Well, not really, but it's fine.
Oh
Healed
yeah,
my
you didn't
soul.
because it was all superficial, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You tried
I
to
was trying to
heal.
get.
To no
yeah.
effect.
I rolled a 4 to dodge bullets, just
Right.
so you're aware.
Yep, so you
and
dodged all
then-
the bullets.
And then I rolled a 6 to attack him with a bite.
Okay.
6 to dodge bullets. I heal an ag, but I lose a rage. And I'm just gonna keep pushing with everything that I have.
Okay, so you're gonna keep trying to jam the stake in.
Just
Okay.
I also healed an ag and lost a rage. I don't know
Okay.
if I said that.
So
4 to dodge.
4 to dodge. Okay.
7 to dodge.
Okay. So
I
Aiden.
got 8.
Yeah.
I got 8 to try and break free from her.
All right. She's gonna spend a willpower. Jester, Lucas, and Aspen, I need you to make dexterity and athletics checks. Aspen and Lucas at a -2.
What happens if I roll a brutal on my dex and athletics?
Not good things.
It is a physical action.
But it's a physical action that isn't intended to do damage.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, how many successes did you get with it?
1.
With the brutal?
Oh, well, if the brutal counts, then I got 5.
Oh, no. So you got ones. Yeah, okay.
One
okay.
success, yeah.
One success. All right. So, Aiden, you got 8 on your roll, right?
Correct.
Jester, how many successes did you get? 2. Lucas? 4. Aspen? 1. Aiden, you do get out of the grapple. But in a blur, Mary strikes everyone. Aspen, unfortunately, goes out the side of the boat through the bulkhead as she is slammed fist full through the side of the boat, through the metal, out the bulkhead, and down into the water. Mary going with her through the bulkhead as she is like tackled out the side of the boat into the water down below. Aspen, you take you're unconscious. Let's just put it that way. Time stops.
Diving in. Oh, jeez.
Aiden, you are standing in the ship. The room is frozen. The white wolf stands in the center of the room. This is it. It's now or never.
Keep an eye on everyone for me. I'm gonna run out the hole and dive in.
As time starts, Jester, you take 6 ag. Lucas, you take what? How many you got? You got 4 successes. You take 4 ag.
Yeah.
Okay. And Aspen, you've shifted back into human form, dropping into the water, everything going dark. Aiden, you go leaping out of the side of the boat, following Mary as she plunges into the water, holding Aspen, diving down into the water down below. 3 forms cascading down into the water. The water splashes as you sink into the abyss in your wolf form. You do manage to catch up into Mary. In a flurry of claws and fists in the water down below, it is carnage and chaos. But she's no longer got Aspen. Her focus has turned to you. If she had Aspen, undoubtedly Aspen would have died. But because you followed, because you chose, you may have saved her life, but you sacrificed yours. Because as Mary activates the Fist of Caern, under the waves, she tears you piece by piece apart, ripping limb from limb. You, being a guru, won't go quietly, though. And underneath the waves, you do the same, ripping her piece by piece apart. As you bite down, tearing flesh from her with your final axe, you tear into one another, leaving nothing of each other beneath the waves. It was supposed to be you or her. Because of your heroic action, instead, you made sure in this particular case, in a way, that it was you and her, but the her in this particular case was Mary. Back on board the ship, Lucas and Jester. Lucas, you do manage to drive the stake deep into the heart of Marius. Without Mary there to cause the distraction anymore, you drive the stake into his heart. Jester, without Mary to stand in your way, you are able to turn your attention on the gunmen, who are not able to do anything about your fury or your fight, cutting them piece from piece from piece. You are able to dispatch of all the gunmen. Aspen, your body is fished out of the water by Duncan and Eliza, who were on the boat nearby and did see you all careen out of the boat, and were able to come to your aid very, very quickly. With a mother's touch from Eliza, you are restored to consciousness, but you are very, very badly hurt, to the point that physical actions at this moment would probably be near impossible, as she can only do so much. Even if she did succeed, she would probably only be able to restore maybe one ag. Maybe enough that if you were to shift, you couldn't even shift really at this point. She could get you to conscious. Eventually, everyone is brought back together. The mission is a success. Mary is destroyed. But not without loss. Not without the loss of Aiden Goodspeed. was told he was going to have a choice to make, you or her. He knew what the choice was going to be made even before he would have to make it. As you were brought back to consciousness, Aspen, on the boat, Jester, Lucas, you are on the boat with her. Eliza has kneeled over her form. She is soaking wet, but she's covered in blankets. You can see that she is beat all to hell. The scene is yours.
Hey,
Hey. Oh, man. Did we get it done?
yeah. But when she took you out, Aiden followed. And
Artie kneels down next to Aspen and
they he sacrificed his life to kill her.
What?
they fought beneath the water. We circled over to check, and he reaches into his pocket and fishes out the red bandana. He's gone.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. She's gone too. We're sure of it. But
Are you sure? Did you look?
we found what was left. It's safe and it's going to be taken somewhere to be taken care of, but it's not for you to see right now. You don't want to see it.
Just gonna push herself up onto her elbows and take the bandana. And she's gonna try her best. She's absolutely gonna try her best to get up.
Oh, no.
No. I'll kneel beside her. You're really hurt. You should lay and rest right now.
You would have died. You would have died.
So he died instead.
This is what he would have wanted. He would never have been able to live with himself.
A life for a life, that's the cost. That makes it okay.
No, of course not.
This doesn't have to be okay. It's not okay.
Of course not.
I told him I can't do this without him. He knew that.
You're gonna have to try. He wouldn't have let you give up. Just try. That's it.
Are we done? Can we go?
Duncan, get us out of here.
Duncan, without saying a word, just takes the wheel and turns the ship. He's got a very far off look in his eyes, but says nothing. The next several days pass by quietly, slowly, like the ticking moments of a clock. A weird silence holds. And then the day arrives. The new moon. The day that the Caern is supposed to open. The day that the rite is supposed to take place. Everyone is called together at the clearing. Artie has stayed with you, Aspen, every second. Not knowing what to say, barely knowing what to do, but he has shoved aside his own grief to be there for you in any way he can. Duncan has remained in town, but has been very distant. Just helping out in other ways, patrolling, keeping the area safe, making sure that any leech problems are taken care of, helping Matthias with getting the boat towed, getting the issues taken care of, but really not interacting very much. As you're all gathered together at the clearing, Eliza is there, Charles is there, Artie brings Aspen, Jester, and Lucas are there. Eliza looks towards all of you. I understand that this is a very difficult time. I understand that y'all have been through a great ordeal. And I would understand if now is not a time that you are ready to make a decision such as this. I have to do this now. And I would understand if you choose not to. But it has to be started, or else it has to wait for a great deal of time before it can happen again. Once it's started, others can join, but if it doesn't start now, it can't start again for a great while.
Aspen steps forward, pulling at the bandana on her wrist. We said we were going to do it, so I'll be here to do it.
He'll step forward beside her. Still in. I'll reach
Yeah.
over. Oh. I'll
Um,
reach over. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm in. Yeah.
I'll reach over and squeeze Aspen's hand.
I was always in. Charles, who has also been distant and quiet, especially since that day. I am also in. Very good. And I think Eliza reaches into her satchel and fishes out something that the rest of you haven't seen in quite some time, thinking back to when you first found the storage unit, when you first fished out and looked through the storage unit, an item that kind of had gotten forgotten, a spirit catcher. She holds it up and turns it over. I was worried that something would happen. And I knew none of y'all would want to miss this moment. So just in case. Let's begin. She starts walking towards the clearing. And as she reaches the center of the clearing, she takes the spirit catcher and sets it in the center of the clearing. She takes up a position at the northernmost point of the clearing, instructing everyone else to take positions around the circle. She begins speaking and chanting in a very native language, unrecognizable. But as she starts to chant, a kind of thumping, constant beat starts to be heard. Almost like a heartbeat starts pumping slowly from the center of the circle. Like a ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump. The copse of trees around starts to move with the wind whistling through. And eventually, Eliza's voice is joined in with more voices, chanting in the same unfamiliar language. And as they repeat over and over and over again, the same terms over and over, the same lines over and over again, it starts to become a rhythm in your own heads. And she starts to look to you, kind of prompting you to start saying the phrases. And though they don't make sense to you, you start to understand, or at least be able to say the words. And almost impulsively, One by one, you start to pick up the chant yourselves. And then as the chant continues, from the center of the circle comes the white wolf. But then, as the white wolf reaches the center of the circle, she stops at the spirit catcher. She looks down and she kind of nuzzles the spirit catcher and then flips it over. And as she flips it over, another wolf comes climbing out of the spirit catcher. That other wolf is Frost Howler, the lupus form of Aiden Goodspeed. Nice of you to make it. You lost some weight.
Try.
You made the right choice.
Looks like it.
You're not going to be able to see them for a while. Now's your chance to say anything you want to say. They can understand you.
Hey guys. I want you to know that I'm not gonna necessarily be gone. Still with you guys in memory. Anytime you feel that cold breeze behind you when you're running, that little whisper of the in the trees, any hunt you guys go through, that little bit of strength, try and pass it all on to you to any fight coming forward. You guys are my pack. You guys are my home. I'm just glad you're all are safe. My quarry, as far as Mary, is done. My overall physical body for Gaia is fulfilled. Just know I'm not gone. And Aspen, just keep them safe. Yeah. You got this. You were born for this. Jester, keep telling the stories. I really enjoyed that last one that we had. And Lucas, watch their back. They are really good at looking forward. You can just keep an eye on behind them. Hardy, you just keep doing you, bro. You keep the heart pumping for this group, all right? Charles, I expect you to hold up your end of the agreement. And Eliza, thank you for helping me realize the overall triad of everything. Your teachings may have fallen on deaf ears, but I tried to listen. But I'm not going to be around for a little bit. As far as being able to be reached, I will be here. And the wind calls me, and I go where it calls. And I'm going to miss you all.
White Wolf steps up next to you. All right, enough of the sappy shit. Let's go.
You follow up. You go for it.
She turns and starts walking And as you kind of fall in next to her, you find yourself heading towards one particular tree at the edge of the circle. And at the base of that tree, there's a little den dug underneath. And the both of you go down into that den. And underneath the den, there you find, to your surprise, a wolf blanket and a little tiny figurine underneath the tree. We're going to be hanging out here for a while, well, for eternity. So make yourself comfortable.
It's cute.
And with that, you become part of the tree. The rest of you, the chant picks up again. The heartbeat continues. And as the spirits of the trees come forward, one of the spirits in particular comes to the center. A very, very old individual, unrecognizable entirely in origin. They are almost completely naked except for a small covering in the more delicate bits. They have long, long dark hair that comes down to their shoulders. And as they speak in a tongue you don't understand, but for some reason your brain comprehends what they're saying. And as they're speaking, somehow they're speaking to all of you, but also just to you, somehow, directly at the same time. By opening this cairn, by pledging yourself to this fight, you forsake any and all future individuality beyond death. Your duty is to Gaia forevermore. You understand by taking on this solemn vow, your watch never ends. Your fight never ceases. You will know power. You will know beauty. You will know Gaia. But you will also know her pain. You will know her struggle. You will know her suffering. And should it come, you will know her death. Do you choose this?
Yes.
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 As you say so, the beating continues. You feel a part of you pulled towards the center, as if something is being tied. A part of you is being tied, bound towards that center point, almost like a chain is being tied towards that center point. And then the beating fades, the spirits returning to the trees and the surrounds. Silence falls. Eliza looks towards all of you. It is done. Now, like all Cairns, this one must be upkept. And as a theurge, I will do so for now. But I cannot be around forever. I am getting old. We must find another. Whether it be Terence, who this might be quite a leap for him. We will have to find another who will be willing to tie themselves to this place. Someday. That is future business. But it must be done, and it must be considered. But for now, of course, I stand at the ready. He is with us forever. I saw to that. Because I know it's what he would have wanted, what any of you would have wanted, had the fate fallen upon any of you.
Thank you. And
If you ever need a message passed along to him, I can see to it. He may not be able to speak to you directly, but he is here. As your theurge, that is my duty.
I appreciate that. And I will get with Matthias and get reinforcements here as soon as we can. So,
Of course. Lucas. Something feels off. Different. Unusual. As you felt yourself pulled, you felt like something else happened too. You felt yourself pulled towards the center, but you felt yourself pulled the opposite way too. And as you're contemplating this, as you're looking towards the center, a low, rolling thunder enters your mind. And that is where our story comes to a close this evening. But we couldn't end the season without a couple more scenes. We find ourselves in a boardroom atop a very, very tall building in downtown Tampa. At the end of a very long table filled with unknown faces. Some beautiful, some disgusting. One of them at the very end, extremely disgusting, the one we've come to know as Masterson, sitting just to the left at the end of the table. And at the very end sits Edward Bateman. Kindred of Tampa. We have fallen on terrible times. These dogs, these werewolves, saw fit to assassinate our prince and our sheriff. Now we must see the power of the city shift into appropriate hands. So, I have decided to take praxis of the city with your approval and become the new Prince of Tampa. And as your prince, my first act is to do what our former prince should have done long ago, and to reopen peace talks with the city of St. Petersburg. I have already contacted Prince Carmine Russo, and I'm in talks to ensure that our two cities can cohabitate peacefully, to ensure that this lupine threat is dealt with appropriately. It is a shame that this pest problem has reared its ugly head, but as your prince, I will ensure that it is dealt with swiftly, as my predecessor could not. Down the table, applause can be heard. And as Masterson gives Bateman a knowing look, he gives a nod, all according to plan. We transition once more to Matthias Morningkill, who stands in a bathroom washing his hands. His brow is slightly furrowed as he looks down. And then he grips the edge of the sink and he looks up. And in his reflection, he sees the face of Hashigat. And this is where our season comes to a close. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us. We will be back with season 3 in just a couple of weeks. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the end of the hunt for Bloody Mary. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on our schedule. We've got our 3-year anniversary of KindredCon coming this next week. But we will not have an episode of Rage Across Tampa next Tuesday. We're going to give our players a break that is well deserved. But we will be back in a couple of weeks with the beginning of season 3. Thank you so much for watching. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media down below. And if you enjoy what you see, come join our amazing community by joining at the Discord link. We've got one-shots. We've got new tables starting up. We've got all these opportunities for you to join in on the fun. We would love to have you. But thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have an amazing night. Good night, everybody.